Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday evening. I think I'm managing this time slot quite nicely. It's been like the most consistent time slot that I've kind of gotten. Not necessarily at 6, but like Sunday evenings. I seem to be able to manage this one more than any other one that I've attempted. So welcome. So far in the SandBox, we have Soul Life, Atticus Among Us, Susie Jones. Have I met you before? I'm not sure I've seen you in the SandBox before, so welcome. And I probably say that to a lot of people repeatedly because I'm horrible at remembering names. Grand Theft Autobot, 56 Nick Rich, and Jet. Welcome. It is a beautiful cold day here. I love it. I'm the only one that is loving the below average temperatures. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy it while I can. Not a fan of the heat, and it's probably coming later on, but it's nice. It's cool out. I like it when it drops below 10 at night. Anyway, as we wait for people to kind of get into the SandBox, let's do a check-in. Can I get some thumbs up that audio and video is going all right? 56 Nick Rich right out the gate with the $2 super chat. Thank you. Let's get the SandBox going, guys. With a little smiley heart emoji. Why, thank you so much. I super appreciate that. Yeah, let's get the SandBox going. You guys like, I think people are liking the term that I have for my chat being the SandBox. It's fun. It's fun. Oh, that's a thumb up for everything is okay, audio and visual. Did I ask? Oh my gosh, my brain is fried as always. Because sometimes I'm usually like 2 thoughts ahead of what I'm saying sometimes. And so I imagine myself that I've said something, but I don't know if I actually said it out loud or not. The joys of being neurodivergent while trying to be a live streamer. Oh. Hello, Soul Life. Okay, thumbs up that everything is good. Okay, audio and visual is good. So as we're waiting for people to get into the SandBox, I guess I'll give an update on Frodo, my baby. Because people who were around for last live stream know I was quite stressed about his health. Because he's an 18-year-old cat. He's probably going to have lots of health conditions. And there was a lump on the side of his neck I was very concerned about. And then he stopped eating, which I was super concerned about. He's okay for now. The lump on, so I made the appointment to the vet because there was a lump on the side of his neck where it had been a tiny bump before. It suddenly became a much larger bump, and I was very concerned. Luckily, I made that appointment when I did because it can take a while to get into the vet that I go to. And then he stopped eating, and partly because he's on a daily medication. It's an anti-nausea medication, and it can run out, and it takes a couple days for it to get refilled, and normally that's not a problem. He can normally go a few days without it, zero issue, but this time, right off the bat, he threw up really bad. But it was a really big hairball, and I think it was good that he got it out of his system, but it made him feel really sick, I think. And cats have this very annoying habit of when they're feeling sick, they just don't eat. They don't eat. So for 2 days, he didn't eat. He drank, but he didn't eat. And then I started tempting him with treats. And so for about 4 days, the only thing he ate were treats. So I was giving him a lot of treats. But that's obviously not great for him, and he lost some weight. But he was still drinking. And so I was able to get him into the vet relatively quickly after that. And it turns out the bump on the side of his neck, it's nothing serious. There was like a little tiny skin tag there that I knew about, which was the little bump before. And I think what happened was he was scratching it and it got a little infected. And so it was the size of a pimple, as I say. It's now like a really big zit. So that's nothing to worry about, according to the vet. And even though I had gotten the medication for Frodo filled and was giving him the anti-nausea medication, he still wasn't eating. He was just eating the treats. So at the vet, he got some fluids under the skin, subdermal fluids, and another medication to help stimulate his appetite. And with his kidney issues, basically, if he goes a while without eating or drinking properly, the toxins can build up. And so giving him the subdermal fluids can help get the toxins out of his system and make him feel better. And so sometimes he just needs that kickstart. And it seems to have worked. I also have to continue giving him subdermal fluids for the next few days. I've been doing that since the vet. I have to do it for the next few days. It is not a pleasant task to have to shove a really thick needle into the back of his neck under his skin every day, and then squeeze the bag of fluid into him. But fortunately, Frodo is an amazing cat, and he doesn't struggle or fight because I don't have anyone to help me with it. He doesn't struggle or fight. He just lets me do it. I just sit him into my lap and poke him and squeeze the fluids into him and stuff, and he's fine with it. He actually struggles more when I try to give him his oral medication. But now he's been eating lots, so that's a good sign. So he's been eating lots. He seems to be doing much better. So nothing to worry about the bump. He's eating again. And yeah, I might have to continue giving him subdermal fluids like once a week or something just to keep him hydrated. But like I said, he doesn't struggle with it that much. He seems like he doesn't like it, but he doesn't seem to be bad with it. So right now he's fine. And I tell you, the relief that I feel every time he goes through an episode, but then he's okay. It's a roller coaster. Like when he was just eating treats, there were times I would come home from being out for a few hours, and as soon as he comes to the door to greet me when I open it, I just get emotional because I'm so happy to see that he's okay. But yeah, cats are quite the little angels that can be very, very stressing. But he is okay right now, so that's good. But yeah, any help with his ongoing vet bills would be greatly appreciated. I don't know when I'll have to take him back in again, but yeah, his kidneys are not good. It's just a matter of time, but right now, it's not that he's just doing okay, he's doing well. Like whenever he's eating and drinking, he's doing well. Like he can still jump up on my bed. He's still playing. He's still affectionate. He still gets along with his brothers. Like he's very mobile and stuff still. So he has a good quality of life still. So yeah, he gave me quite the scare. He does this like every few months. He gives me quite the scare. So luckily he is okay right now. And I have to shove a really thick needle into him once a week, or once a day right now. Got a few more days of it before the bag runs out, but was supposed to do it for 10 days, which is when the bag will run out. So it's quite the interesting experience, that's for sure. But, you know, it's one of those strange things that I love him enough to hurt him. Because you do have to hurt him in order to put the fluids into him, but it's to keep him happy and healthy. And yeah, but thankfully, like I said, he doesn't struggle, he doesn't cry, whine, or anything. Because if he showed like a lot of discomfort when I did this, I'd probably be a lot more stressing about it. Like I still get stressed about it, but luckily since he takes it so well, it doesn't cause me to overstress. So yeah, just thought I'd fill you guys in on that because this is my channel and I talk about my cats a lot. I'm just taking a quick peek at the SandBox. People talking about Robin Hood? Why? So like AI Robin Hood stealing from the rich and giving to the poor? What? What? What are you guys talking about? We have a minister of AI here in Canada. I despise AI. I really do. In so many different ways, I despise it. Oh, AI can make you a theme song and it's free. No, I don't care. I made my theme song and it was free. And it's a kick-ass theme song. Yeah, I just, as an artist, I don't like it for art's sake. You know, it's lacking soul when it comes to art, AI art. But it's just, people are becoming too reliant on it. I guess very simple way of thinking of it was there was a time way back when people used to memorize other people's telephone numbers, or they would be able to do math in their head and things of that sort. They would actually have to learn how to get around their city, uh, or read a map type thing. Like there's these very subtle skills that we would use all the time that, you know, technology hadn't made it so that it was readily available at our fingertips all the time. And now it's gone to like the next level in that, you know, you have AI can tell you what to say on dating sites and all this sort of stuff, or resumes and whatnot. And we're losing our ability, like if you don't use it, you'll lose it type thing. And we're starting to lose our ability to interact with each other on a human level. Because all we're going to be doing now is interacting through this filter of an AI bot, and we lose the connection that way. It's we lose the ability to express ourselves, to communicate, to you know, just be with each other and learn about each other, because we're always trying to present what we think will sell best to the other person, as opposed to working around issues and flaws and talking it out and accepting people for not being perfect and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm not a fan of AI in any way whatsoever. And, you know, we have the minister of AI, which they're like, oh, all these low-paying jobs that, you know, they can be automated through AI and stuff. But it's like, there are people who need those low-paying jobs because there are not enough safety nets in this country to help them if they can't get it. Like, sure, they're saying, oh, people can be trained and stuff. How much is that training? That training's not free for people who are working those low-income jobs. Some people might not be able to be taught. Like, that's just the thing. There are some things, like some professions I cannot get into no matter how much I might want to, because I lack the ability to learn in a specific way or a specific field. So just saying, oh yeah, sure, and brushing it off that they can get better jobs now. How? Because sure, they might have to get trained. When do they have the time for it? How much does that training going be? Like if there was a universal basic income, like guaranteed livable income that matches inflations, that doesn't just go to landlords and the corporations, that there's actual like socialized housing and socialized grocery stores and all this sort of stuff. Like if there was all of that, then by all means, let's get the AI in and do those jobs. But we don't have that. And so a lot of people are going to lose their jobs and not have another place to go, another job to take, another, like fewer jobs with the way that our society is set up is not a good thing. if we were living in a Star Trek utopia, sure, but we're not there. Let's see. And oh, hello, Andy Case Tarot. It's been a while. Welcome back to the SandBox, and saying AI art is also theft. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's stealing from all these different people, you know, to formulate this image or something of that sort. And the original artists don't get credit. And then you can run into the problem where people try to take credit for this AI art when they really is like, well, I punched the combination of words into the system, and so therefore I created this. No, you didn't. You did not. Like it is there is not an art about typing in words to make artificial intelligence art type thing. Like you can just type in random words and suddenly be like, wow, look at this. Like those little doodle machines or something that they used to have. It's not art. It's not an expression of oneself. It's a neat party trick is all it is. And the artists that actually put their heart and soul and have the skill and the talent, they don't get any recognition. And so now you have to compete as an artist with this artificial intelligence art, this AI art that's all around. And the average person out there might not know the difference. And so they might spend their $40 on this AI art as opposed to art from a real person that needs that income. It's so infuriating. I you know, like we already are so detached from one another because of how online we are, and we're losing the ability to connect the way like to interact socially with each other. And as somebody who is autistic, that's always been bad for me, but it gets worse when you're not practicing. And so we're losing that, and we're losing what makes us human when it comes down to it. So yeah. Let's see. So like you can feed it your theme and it can build on that. You know what? I'd rather a human did it. That's the thing. I'd rather, if there's a human out there that wants to build on my theme song, fantastic. And if I have the money that I can toss them their way, even better. But I don't want AI to do it. I'd want a human to do it. And if some human out there is willing to do it for free, even better for me. So life, oh my God, when I got locked up, I only remembered one phone number, my mom's house line from when I was a kid. And apparently she doesn't answer it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if something happens to your cell phone and you need to call someone. So let's say your cell phone died and you're on the side of the street and you need to call your partner or your friend or something. How many of you would actually be able to do that? Like be able to actually call your parent, partner, sibling, friend from somebody else's cell phone. I know my mom's cell phone number because she's been able to maintain it for decades. She has like an antique cell phone number. So I can remember that one, but my friends, I wouldn't be able to call them. I would not be able to call them. Yeah. Let's see. 56 Nick Rich. I downloaded an AI music app, 2 free examples, and that was it. Indicates tarot, and the government wants to destroy indigenous land for energy and green energy, which really is AI banks destroying land for AI. And if we say no, then we aren't allowed northern roads. Exactly. It's Mark Carney's, well, we'll be going over some of what Mark Carney is up to and what he's excluding in his mandate letter and things of that sort. One of the big things being the environment, and I have a story on the environment I wanted to cover. But the amount of energy it takes for AI, the destruction it does to the world, it would just be easier to teach people to actually go out to a park and talk to each other. And to pay artists for their artwork. Like it really is. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we dehumanizing humans so much? Okay, I know the reason why. It's capitalism. Ooh, spoiler. It's capitalism, but it's so frustrating that it's also then being used as like a carrot to people. Like, you either go along with this or else you're not going to benefit, or else we aren't going to give you things that will help your communities. I did have some hope from Mark Carney. It's waning. It's very much waning. So life, the US made it illegal to be homeless, but they haven't outlawed evictions or offered a meaningful alternative to homelessness. Yeah, that's the point. 56 Nick Rich, AI offers robots jobs, no for people. No new jobs for people, I think is what you're trying to say. Yeah, like I even remember watching little videos and stuff about they wanted to make these robots, I think it was in Japan or something, that would go around to senior homes and keep them company. Like, that's where we're at. It was just to have these humanoid looking robots that could talk to the seniors and make them feel not so alone. And at that point, it's like, can we not just hire people to do that? Like, this is the thing, too, why I'm an advocate for guaranteed basic livable income and stuff, is that if more people have more free time to spend with your friends and families and neighbors and stuff, more people would be able to go to homes, retirement homes and nursing homes, and spend time with their family and that sort of thing. Or just like an encouragement to get out into the community and socialize with humans, you know, or make it a job, like make it a volunteer job that goes towards a credit of some sort, so that you get an extra bonus or something, to just go in and make people feel a little less lonely. Because we are in this weird bubble right now where, especially with a lot of the seniors and stuff who don't know how to use a lot of these programs and whatnot, you have the younger generation pulling away from human interactions, including with family members, because they're so focused online. So unless you can communicate with them online to begin with, you usually don't get to communicate with them. And then you have these seniors in these homes and stuff that don't know how to do that. They don't know how to communicate online. And so they're just forgotten. Because unless they know how to get onto Facebook once upon a time, or Instagram or TikTok, they can't keep up to date with their family's lives, and then their family doesn't go in and just hang out with them because it's always online. It's the next thing. It's a short attention span. It's so hard to go to a home and sit down for a half hour with somebody and have like a normal conversation without going to your phone every 5 minutes or something of that sort. It's sad. It's a sad world. Like, that's why in my book, that one, I actually have the vampire society as being a lot more sophisticated than the human society. And part of it is they don't have social media. They have sharing media. So they will share images and stuff, but they do not socialize online. They socialize with each other. And they have like weekly events, story nights, where they go and they sit down and they talk to each other and tell stories of their week, or put on little skits, or have fun with each other. and connect. And they encourage this sort of thing. They have places that they can go to, like lounges and whatnot, where they can just go and play games with each other and socialize, and they have the time for it because they don't overwork everyone to the point where they're so exhausted they don't have the time for it. So they have the time for it, and it doesn't cost them anything to go to these things and do that. It's open to them. Like, I want this book to be real. I want this world. It's a horror book. I want it to be real. Oh. Yeah, so Life, I was all for UBI, but there would need to be profit regulations after this recent greedflation. I assume the cost of living would go up if we got. I assume the cost of living would go up if we got AI, UBI. Yeah. I think that's why some people are switching to the term guaranteed livable income. So if the cost of living goes up and whatnot, it's connected to that. But it cannot be a wealth transfer from the government to people who are already rich. So it can't just be we get a livable income and suddenly our rents go up. And so then all that extra money we would have had goes towards the landlords. Like, it needs to be in a combination of universal comprehensive health care, socialized housing, access to food, like all of that also has to be taken into account. And then we get the livable income on top of that type thing. It can't just go towards rich people and corporations. Let's see. Let's see. Andy K's Tarot. I'm angry. Tarot artist settlers who make tarot deck in a couple of hours and sell it on Etsy. Yeah. My ex-girlfriend made a tarot deck, and she didn't use AI. It was her art, and it had the theme of rabbits in it. I bought a deck from her. I have it somewhere. And it was quite lovely art, and she made each and every single card. Like, it was not AI at all. And she put a lot of thought into the representation in it and what she was doing with it, and it had meaning and significance to her. But also saying AI isn't doing jobs, it's doing the humanities so we can be free to work at McDonald's. Anti-Case Tarot. Actually, Ford is moving on the Ring of Fire indigenous land right now. No white community would expect not having a road. Yeah, it's... I think I have part of that in... I've been going over so much news. There was something about the Ring of Fire. Yeah, I've been going over so much news that it blends together, but I do know that... Right. There is... Okay, I'm trying to think, like, where are the stories that are coming to my brain? But there is one about Doug Ford claiming that he's talking to indigenous chiefs. Uh-huh. He's talking to some of them to make sure that the stuff he's doing is okay, but he won't say who he's talking to. So that's one of the stories that I have coming up. So Life, I find AI useful, but I may be unique. Use case user. I don't rely on the info to provide at face value. I don't use it for anything artistic. It's one of the things, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that all AI is bad. It's just the way that our society is built right now. I'd rather have none of it than what's happening. Like, again, if we were in a Star Trek utopia and it was being used in a way that was more beneficial to people in society, then some AI for some things I would have no problem with. But it's kind of like I'm slashing and burning it because to me now every bit of AI, even if it is for something useful, it's a stepping stone towards making it towards legitimizing and normalizing it for things that aren't, if that makes any sense. Um, but I absolutely could understand how in some areas it could be useful and beneficial. I'd rather put the resources into actually teaching people to communicate with each other at this point. Let's see. We should probably actually get like to the news and stuff. This is a political podcast that I do. Is it a podcast? I used to think that podcasts were only audio and not visual at all. YouTube show? Political analysis blog? Is that a thing still, or was it a vlog? Vlog? I don't know. I get rambly. As some people may know. I get so distracted by the SandBox too. But yeah. So for people who might not have tuned in for a while, who are watching, let's see where we at. Oh, about 19 people watching right now. Memberships are now available on my channel. You can become a feldspar, a granite, or a quartz member. They're all elements of sand. And I have a video about it that I've pinned to the top of my YouTube page so you can learn more about it and why I'm doing it and the perks you get as a member. It's just the perk is you get to feel good about what you're doing. I explain it more in the video, but the perk isn't so much about, you get extras. It's about providing a community that everyone gets full access to, regardless of financial situation that they might be in. Because far too many leftist spaces are like, we have all this great stuff and all these extras, but you still have to pay us for it. And that excludes a large portion of people that really do deserve to be at the table to talk about it, to be included. So nothing relating to my channel will be behind a paywall. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. We should probably get into the news. It's a lot, to be honest, it's a lot of heavy news today. Just given the world that we're in. But it's a bit of a break because I have been focusing heavily a lot on, what's happening in Alberta and whatnot. So this is, I'm not going to be talking about Alberta almost at all. They're connected to another story I'm talking about. But there's some areas that I haven't touched on in a while that I'll be touching on today. But it is especially I'm going to be talking about what's happening in Gaza right now. It's a heavy story. It's a very heavy story. But we should probably get into it. But yeah, that's my warning. It's a heavy story. Going in talking about what's happening in Gaza. Okay. So, as many of you who are plugged into online media, news media, not necessarily mainstream media, you wouldn't be hearing it on mainstream media, but if you're plugged into leftist online media, you have been hearing the dire situation in Gaza right now. Thousands of babies were at risk of starvation in 48 hours, 4 days ago. It is seeing this unfold and feeling so helpless to do anything, knowing the horrors that are being committed over there. Screaming into the algorithms. I cannot comprehend the level of inhumanity involved with the people that are barring food from going into Gaza. Because it's Netanyahu's order, sure, but there's people on the ground that are going along with this. That's preventing food from going into this area that has no other recourse, no other way to get food in. Their infrastructure has been demolished. But they'll always fall back on, oh, what happened in October 7th? There are babies starving right now to death. The level of horror involved with this story, it is so hard to wrap your head around the fact that this is happening in the world today. And the people who could make a real difference about it are doing nothing. But there's lots of people who just basically can't make a difference about it because they don't have the power, that are the ones that are really trying our best to mobilize and make it known and get people aware and try to do something. Like I feel so helpless on this channel sometimes, covering these horrendous stories. But, I fall back onto Star Wars, Andor. There is a manifesto on there from one of the rebels, just saying like small acts of insurrection are happening all over the universe, and while they may seem random and unconnected, they all connect at some point in the future. And it's so important because I watched a lot of the last episode of Leftist Mafia, and they were saying how it feels like we aren't making a difference. And the thing is that, it takes drops of water to fill a bucket sometimes. And it might feel like what we're doing isn't helping, isn't doing anything. But it's all these small acts of expression, of speaking out, of pushing back against the narrative that might seem all over the place, but eventually will connect. And we are seeing it to some extent in the United States, and I think in Canada as well, where people are really starting to wake up to what's happening in Gaza, that they're now challenging the narrative that the mainstream media is pushing forward. They're becoming more aware of the tactics the government and mainstream media are using. And it's hard to say what role the activists, the protests, the people who have made noise about it, it's hard to say how much of that contributed. But what I can say is it did. Everyone who's speaking out against it, it might not feel like in the moment anything is happening because we want it to be fixed right now. We desperately want to see it fixed now because every minute delayed, our lives lost. But it is making a difference, and it's important to keep going and keep protesting, keep speaking out, keep pushing against that narrative. Because it really takes a chorus of voices to be louder than what the media, the mainstream media, than what the governments, than what the rich, the Zionists, the capitalists are screaming at us. And it's hard to cover these stories, but it's so important that we do. And that there are places that when people start waking up, they know they can go to find out the truth, to find out what's really happening. That when people start questioning the narrative, we've already set the stones, set the groundwork for places that people can actually go and find out what's happening. They're not starting from scratch. But yeah, I wish it would happen 2 years ago. And it won't be fixed overnight, but we got to keep trying. We got to keep doing it. And it feels like an impossible mission at times. And it's too late for a lot of people, but we can't give up. And despite how horrible these stories are, we need to talk about it. We need to get it out there, because it might be one video here, one video there, but eventually they all connect and enough people will watch and pay attention where we can finally make substantive change. I just wish it would happen 2 years ago. But let's get into the horrors of the day. This is from Amnesty International. It's outrageous and morally reprehensible that it took the world nearly 80 days of broadcast starvation and cruelty amidst genocide to exert enough pressure on Israel to even slightly ease its total siege that has blocked the entry of all food, medicine, fuel, and other vital goods since the 2nd of March. You see, it's easy for us to be like, of course, and we're screaming and we're yelling, but we're plugged in. We know what's happening. The average person out there, they don't know. They're not plugged into the news. They watch the mainstream media. The mainstream media isn't covering it. They don't know the full extent of what's happening over there. And that's by design, of course, from the governments and media and capitalism. It's by design. But it is breaking through the noise because it's getting so horrendous over there. More from them. In a video on Telegram, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted the decision to allow basic food into Gaza 77 days after imposing a full siege on occupied Gaza Strip was in part because Israel's allies could not tolerate images of mass starvation. Letting in a handful of aid trucks a drop in the ocean while simultaneously intensifying military operations, killing hundreds of civilians within a few days, and issuing new mass displacement orders are cynical attempt to sugarcoat an Israel ongoing genocide. World leaders must not be fooled. Nothing short of lifting it. World leaders must not be fooled. Nothing short of a full lifting of Israel's siege on the occupied Gaza Strip, an immediate, enduring ceasefire will help alleviate the catastrophic suffering Palestinians in Gaza are being forced to endure under the watch of Israel's allies. And this is Shanaz. She just tweeted out, when we talk censorship in Canadian media, this is what we mean. Not a single Canadian news outlet considers news like this worthy of front page coverage. And this is from The Guardian. She's tweeted out an image of The Guardian headline saying UN warns 14,000 babies could die in Gaza in next 48 hours without aid. Israel-Gaza war live. UN's humanitarian chief says aid lorries which contain baby food and nutrition are technically in Gaza but have not reached civilians. And this was tweeted out May 20th, 5 days ago. So just to be clarify, it wasn't that they were absolutely going to die, it's that they were at risk. And many of them probably have at this point. So we don't get this headline. What we get is this headline. Canada, Britain, France threaten action if Israel does not stop military offensive and lift aid restrictions. That's what we get. We don't get Israel is starving them to death, that 14,000 babies are at risk of starving to death in the next 2 days. No, we don't get those headlines in Canadian mainstream media. We get this, which is just, we are threatening action if Israel does not stop military offensive and lift aid restrictions. there should be no threat at this point. It should be happening. Just the thought of, oh, yeah, we see, we're being warned that 14,000 babies could die, but, if you don't do anything about it, we might actually take some sort of action against you. Do it now. Do it 2 days ago, 5 days ago, 2 years ago. But this is a common thing that I've seen in the news over and over again, is Canadian officials saying, well, if Israel doesn't stop what it's doing, then we might do something. Over and over and over again. And that something that they might do has never happened. Israel keeps on escalating the horrors it's committing, and Canada still has not done anything substantial to push back against it. Nothing. But they keep on threatening they will. Where's the line exactly? Like, if 14,000 starving babies isn't that line, can you really say there is one? So from the article, Israel to control all parts of Gaza, Netanyahu says, as aid trucks wait to enter territory. And I think I did want to watch this article, or watch the video in this. Sometimes I get confused as to which videos I want to watch versus articles and stuff. Let's see.
The Israeli government says it will start to allow what it calls a basic quantity of food into Gaza more than 2 months into the...
It's in the article, so they actually do put this in the article, and we'll get to it. Their basic is about under 10 trucks of food, when the organizations, the aid organizations are saying 500 trucks a day need to be getting in right now.
The blockade preventing food and aid from entering the region. Israel has also expanded its ground assault on Gaza, a move aimed at pressuring Hamas amid ceasefire negotiations. Crystal Gamansing joins us from London. So, Crystal, we've heard, about the dire state of the humanitarian situation in Gaza, the word famine being used. What can you tell us about how much aid may actually be getting into Gaza with this change?
Yeah, so just as a quick reminder for everyone, it was not too long ago that the IPC said the entire population in Gaza.
So here again, we're looking at this image, and the lower third says Israel says it will allow basic amount of food into Gaza amid new ground assaults. It's not allowing a basic amount of food in. Not at all. And then it's also Israel-Hamas war. This isn't a war. It's a genocide. It's one-sided. This isn't a fight of mutual level forces or anything. This is a complete and utter devastation of the people in Gaza. This isn't a war. But if you just kind of glance at this, it's like, well, Israel says it will allow a basic amount of food into Gaza. What's the problem then? Without actually explaining that, no, it's not a basic amount. Just because Israel says it is, doesn't mean it actually is.
Faces prolonged food shortages, that 500,000 people were in a catastrophic state of hunger, and warned if nothing changed, there would be widespread famine. Yesterday, at the Security Cabinet meeting in Israel, officials approved a move to allow aid into Gaza. It was said that this would be basic aid. The recommendation was made by the Israel Defense Forces. We don't know exactly what they mean by basic aid, but aid is said to be starting to move across the border. United Nations officials had been raising questions, saying they were contacted about this, but they had many questions about how it will happen, given the intense bombardments that are underway of Gaza and ensuring their workers' safety. So we did hear this morning from Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He posted a message on social media saying that that allowing the food aid would go towards their war aims. Let's take a listen to his message posted on the social media platform Telegram.
So this part of defeating Hamas, in parallel with the tremendous military pressure, our massive entry to essentially take over all of Gaza. What was that? Our massive entry to essentially take over all of Gaza. He's just saying it. It's an invasion that they're going to take over Gaza. Where's that line exactly where these other nations are supposed to be stepping in? He is saying they're going to take over Gaza. How much more blunt does he have to be? Like, his actions are also speaking volumes here. He's just saying it. And they don't mention anything about what he actually said here in the video. They don't say, oh, so he's going to take over Gaza. That's the goal. When he is standing there with a smug grin on his face, saying that's what they're going to do. Their entry into Gaza is to take it over. And strip Hamas of all ability to plunder humanitarian aid. This is war and victory plan. Oops, let's put the volume back on.
So him saying there that starvation can't happen, that there are still ongoing concerns about Hamas stealing the aid and that they will take steps to ensure that that doesn't happen. Of course, we should highlight the fact that Israel put in a blockade of all aid shipments back on March 2nd, saying that
at least they mentioned it, that Israel put in the blockade of all aid shipments.
That was to pressure Hamas to lay down its weapons, to surrender, and to release all of the hostages.
So when Israel puts in a blockade that denies an entire population of food, to pressure a small group within to surrender, what's that called? Collective punishment? Isn't that the term? Isn't that doesn't that go against the conventions of war? Like, isn't that a line? Isn't that a line that this government keeps on saying, as long as they're abiding by humanitarian blah blah blah? Isn't collective punishment a line? And they're just openly admitting it, that we will starve this population to get at Hamas, that everyone there will suffer so that we can get at this small group of people.
And so as we've been reporting as well, we're also hearing about this new incursion into Gaza. What are we learning about that?
That's right. So this started just the other day. It's an intense operation. These are some pictures around Nasser Hospital provided to us by a freelance video journalist that works with the CBC. Israeli Defense Forces say there were strikes right across Gaza, in the north and in the south. They are intensifying operations, saying that this goes towards their war goals. As I just mentioned, those goals have been restated by Israeli officials to release all of the hostages, as well as get Hamas to surrender. Israeli officials.
And just in case somebody who's watching who hasn't been plugged in before, who is part of the group of people who are waking up to what's happening in Gaza right now, I just want to reiterate, it's not Hamas that's unwilling to give up the hostages. They are more than willing to negotiate a ceasefire and to exchange the hostages for assurances that they will no longer be bombed. They have gone to the table plenty of times with that. It's Netanyahu and the Israeli government that has denied it over and over and over again. They have openly sacrificed hostages in an attempt to, in this cover of, well, it's Hamas that needs to do it. No, it's Israel that needs to do it.
are saying that they will secure all of Gaza and then relocate the population for their own safety.
Again, saying that Israel will take over all of Gaza and relocate the population for their own safety. Again, what's that called? Ethnic cleansing. Isn't that a line? Isn't that in their line? That Israel is crossing. That Canada shouldn't be threatening to do shit at this point. They should be fully engaged in sanctions and calling out and no longer supplying weapons, even covertly, like through the United States, that then go to Israel. None of that. None of it. Lines have been crossed.
Last week, we saw evacuation orders issued for several neighborhoods in the north and the south. UN officials saying about 60,000 people were told to once again leave. The question of where do they go remains a very serious question being asked by a number of humanitarian organizations. But those bombardments continue, and they say they will continue to intensify. Linda.
Okay, so more from the article here. The leaders of Canada, Britain, and France warned on Monday that their countries would take action if Israel does not stop renewed military offensive in Gaza and lift aid restriction. And I'll be reading that statement, so we can skip down a bit. Netanyahu condemned the joint statement on a post on X and called it a huge prize for the genocidal attack on Israel on October 7th. What Hamas did was not a genocidal attack. They weren't trying to wipe out the Israeli people. They were trying to get some sort of leverage to stop the harm that was coming onto their people from the Israeli government. Israel is the one committing a genocide right now. The Israeli military, which announced the start of a new operation on Friday, warned residents in the southern city of Khan Younis on Monday to evacuate the coast immediately as it prepared an unprecedented attack. There is huge fighting going on, intense and huge. We are going to control all parts of Gaza, Netanyahu said in a video message. In it, he pledged to achieve complete victory, with both the release of 58 hostages still held in Hamas in Gaza and the destruction of the Palestinian militant group. Even as the military warned of the attack, Reuters reporter saw aid trucks heading towards northern Gaza after Netanyahu was forced to agree to allow a limited amount of aid into Gaza in response to global concern at the reports of famine. Netanyahu said senators he has known for years as supporters of Israel, our best friends in the world, were telling him the scenes of hunger were draining vital support and bringing Israel close to red line to a point where we might lose control. Yeah, his U.S. senator buddies are saying, could you pull it back just a bit? This is a bit hard for people to, yeah, the optics of the starving people, not good for your goals. You might want to reel that in a bit. It is for that reason, in order to achieve victory, we have to somehow solve the problem, he said in a message apparently addressing to far-right hardliners in his government who have insisted aid be denied to Gaza. United Nations has long said Gaza needs at least 500 trucks of aid and commercial goods every day. The World Food Program has said more than 116,000 metric tons of food, enough to feed 1 million people for up to 4 months, was standing ready to be brought in. However, it remained clear how much aid would be allowed in and how it would be distributed before the launch of the U.S.-sponsored plan to employ private contractors to distribute aid, which the United Nations and other aid groups have rejected. Yeah, let's get U.S. contractors in on the ground. What could go wrong? Aid cleared to enter. A drop in the ocean, UN chief. The Israeli military said 5 trucks had entered Gaza on Monday. 5 trucks. 500 needed. 5 trucks were allowed in. Although UN aid officials said 9 trucks have been cleared to enter, and quantity UN aid chief Tom Fletcher described as a drop in the ocean. Israel military spokesperson Nadav Soshani said it would take time to create a situation where hundreds of trucks were able to enter daily, but added, I think that's also a decision for the political echelon of how many will come in, he told reporters. There will be issues getting in the trucks, but they need to go in because you have a population that is starving and desperate. There needs to be this should have happened so long ago. It should have never got to this point. But you can't use the excuse that, since people are going to be desperate and they might lash out at the food trucks as a reason to not send them in. Israeli strikes have killed more than 500 people in the past 8 days as military campaign has intensified, with at least 40 people killed on Monday, according to local media workers. One of the strikes killed 7 at a school housing displacement family in Nursat, central Gaza, and 3 in a house in nearby Deir el-Balal, local health authorities said. Militant leader killed in undercover aid. The military said it hit 160 targets, including anti-tank positions, underground infrastructure, and weapons storage point of part of what is dubbed Operation Gideon's Chariots. On Monday, residents and medics in Israeli undercover forest disguised as displaced persons killed Ahmad Saran, commander of the Popular Resistance Committees, a militant group allied with Hamas, in a raid in the city of Khan Yunis. So they're just dressing up as the population to go in there and assassinate people. Great. Maybe the outspoken people, the people who are trying to resist what Israel is doing. Residents said Saram fought the force before he was killed and that Israelis detained his wife and children before retreating in a bus towards eastern border with Gaza under a cover of fire from planes. As you see, they entered, opened a hole in the wall, entered the house, executed the father, and took an 11-year-old child and his mother and left. So, if he was this target, then why are they kidnapping his wife and child after they've executed him? They keep on talking about the hostages in Gaza that Hamas has. What about the hostages that Israel's taking daily? What is this 11-year-old child somehow responsible for what his father was doing? According to what Israel said he was doing? The foreign ministers of 22 countries, including Canada, released a statement Monday asking Israel to allow full resumption of aid into Gaza immediately. Like I said, I'll be reading that. Ceasefire talks appeared to wane. As the fighting has intensified, hopes of a ceasefire appeared to be waning. Again, this is not from the side of Hamas. It's Israel that's refusing any sort of peace talks. The White House said U.S. President Donald Trump continued to engage with both sides, but sources on both sides said there had been no progress in a new round of indirect ceasefire talks between Israel, Hamas, and Qatar. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, war criminal, who left the government last year after falling out with Netanyahu, said the fact that Hamas remained in Gaza represented a resounding failure for the Israeli campaign and reflected the government's failure to plan for the full future of the enclave. Let's see. Netanyahu said ceasefire discussion touched on fresh truce and hostage deal, as well as proposal to end the war in return for the exile of Hamas militants in the demilitarization of Gaza, terms previously rejected by Hamas. Sure. Senior Hamas official Sami Abu Zahir blamed Israel for the lack of progress at the talks and said escalating its offensive would be a death sentence for the remaining hostages. Israel's ground and air war has devastated Gaza, displacing nearly all of its residents and killing more than 53,000 people, many of them civilians, according to Gaza health authorities. And as always, with every mainstream Canadian news broadcast, they can't just talk about what Israel is doing to the people in Gaza. They can't just separate the fact that there's a full-fledged genocide going on over this. They have to put this in every article. The war erupted after Hamas-led militants attacked Israel communities near Gaza's border on October 7th, killing about 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and seizing 251 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. This is no longer connected to what's happening in Gaza. It's a full-fledged genocide. 53,000 people killed that are accounted for. The number, quite honestly, you should add a digit to that at this point. And the 1,200 people, many of them were killed by Israeli forces. Absolutely devastating what's happening over there. And so here is the joint statement. You know, you couldn't go off and make your own. You had to make a joint statement with a couple other people there. So this is from Mark Carney, my joint statement with Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron on the situation in Gaza and the West Bank. We strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable. Yesterday's announcement that Israel will allow basic quantity of foods into Gaza is wholly inadequate. We call on the Israeli government to stop its military operations in Gaza and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. This must include engaging with the UN to ensure a return to delivery of aid in line with humanitarian principles. We call on Hamas to immediately release the remaining hostages they have so cruelly held since October 7th, 2023. So they've so cruelly held them. You know, you're using these adjectives when you're describing Hamas, but you're just saying it's wholly inadequate, the amount of food, that it's not barbaric what Israel's doing. It's not inhumane. It's not grotesque. It's not savage what Israel is doing to the people of Gaza. But, you know, Hamas is being cruel. And this type of statement has been said over and over and over again by this government. And yet what actions have actually been taken for every line Israel has crossed? Nothing. There's been no substantive pushback. The Israeli government's denial of essential humanitarian assistance to the civilian population is unacceptable and risks breaching international humanitarian law. Risks? Oh, it's far past that. It is way far past that. All the hospitals destroyed, none operational at this point. Schools, universities, apartment blocks, like, I don't remember what the stat is, but pretty much all the buildings in Gaza have been damaged. Most of them completely turned into rubble at this point. So, the risk of crossing that line, I think, happened. You know, it's not a risk of breaching international humanitarian law. We're well past that point. Like I said, there shouldn't be a threat in what Canada is doing right now. Like, if you keep on doing all of these breaking of international humanitarian law, if you keep on doing these horrible things, then we might do something to push back. They're doing it. You need to put in the sanctions now. We condemn the abhorrent language used recently by members of the Israeli government, threatening that in their despair and at the destruction of Gaza, civilians will start to relocate. Permanent forced displacement is a breach of international humanitarian law, also known as ethnic cleansing. Israel suffered a heinous attack on October 7th, again with the adjectives, We have always supported Israel's right to defend Israelis against terrorism, but this escalation is wholly disproportionate. We will not stand by while Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. If Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions in response. Do it now. Do it. Don't threaten it. Do it. We oppose any attempt to expand settlements in the West Bank. Israel must halt settlements which are illegal and undermine the viability of a Palestinian state, and security of both Israelis and Palestinians. We will not hesitate to take further action, including targeted sanctions. Oh, they've been hesitating. They have been hesitating. They're still hesitating. Like the fact that they're saying, if you keep on doing this, we might do something. That's hesitating right there. They're doing the thing. Israel is doing the thing. You need to then follow through on your threats. We strongly support the efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt to secure an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It is a ceasefire, the release of all remaining hostages, and long-term political solution that offer the best hope of ending the agony of the hostages and their families, alleviating the suffering of civilians in Gaza and ending Hamas's control of Gaza and achieving a pathway to a two-state solution consistent with the goals of the June 18th conference in New York, chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. There's not going to be a two-state solution. That's not happening. No. Israel's looking for a one-state solution, and that is Israel. That's what they want. And again, always talking about the hostages Hamas has without ever talking about the hostages Israel has. The thousands and thousands of people they have imprisoned for no cause. Some of them children. These negotiations need to succeed, and we must all work towards implementation of a two-state solution, which is the only way to bring long-lasting peace and security that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve and ensure long-term stability in the region. We will continue to work with the Palestinian Authority, regional partners, Israel, and the United States to finalize consensus on the arrangements for Gaza's future. Building on the Arab plan. So you're going to talk with these other nations, to make the arrangements for Gaza. How very settler of you. We affirm the important role of high-level two-state solution conference at the UN in June, building international consensus around this aim, and we are committed to recognizing a Palestinian state as a contribution to achieving a two-state solution and are prepared to work with others to this end. Yes, 14,000 babies were at risk of starving to death. And Mark Carney and these other nations, here's my strongly worded statement against what Israel is doing. That's all you got. And then Anita Anand, she is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, says today Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Isaac Herzog discussed the urgent need for Hamas to release all hostages, an immediate ceasefire, the resumption of urgent life-saving humanitarian aid for civilians, a two-state solution, Hamas to lay down its weapons, and have no role in Gaza. See below. You're missing something in that statement. Let's see, maybe it's in the full statement. That's a tiny full statement there. So Mark Carney spoke with Prime Minister of Australia, Bulgaria, and all these other countries. Yep. The Prime Minister underscores government mandate to diversify trade, build stronger economy, blah, 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 blah. During his conversation, with the President of Israel, Isaac, Prime Minister Carney reiterated the need for Hamas to release all hostages, stressed the imperative and immediate ceasefire in Gaza, called out for urgent life-saving humanitarian aid to reach civilians, affirmed Canada's support for a two-state solution. The Prime Minister and the President agreed that Hamas must lay down its weapons and have no future role in the governance of Gaza. So you're saying what you want Hamas to do. But where's the mention of what Israel should do? You're missing something there. This is a one-sided conflict, and you're having the side with no power. You're telling them to do the stuff versus the side that is currently engaging in the genocide. You're not telling them to do shit. She's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that one. Sitting down with the President of Israel, but not telling them what they should be doing, but they are telling Hamas what they should do, what Gaza should do. You know, they're saying that Hamas must lay down its weapons. Do you really think they have much in the way of weapons left at this point? And have no future role in the governance of Gaza. So we will also dictate who gets to govern Gaza after this. So infuriating. And Dr. Jill Andrew, former MPP, and a loss to this province that she didn't win her re-election. I kind of hear some sarcasm in this, indeed, albeit late. And she's quote tweeting the interim leader of the federal NDP, Don Davis. And he's quote tweeting the statement that Mark Carney sent out saying, "This is the right course of action, albeit late." New Democrats have long called for an effective action by Canada and all other countries to stop the bloodshed upon international law and press all parties for peaceful, just resolution of issues in dispute. Start now. I like the start now part. Albeit late. It's just this. The language is so pensive, I think is the word that I'm looking for. This statement is nothing from the interim leader of the NDP. It's nothing. Shucks darn, you should have done this sooner, but, you know, I'm glad you're doing it now. Where's the fight? Where's the energy? Where's the passion? You know, the pushback against the horrors that is happening, just being like, yep, it's been a bit late. You're a bit late to the table with this one, but we got you now. We're good. But you should probably start those sanctions now. And this is from Mohammed Fakin. Also quote tweeting Mark Carney. I'm not too sure who this person is, but there was something in here I wanted to touch on. So it says, "Thank you, Mark Carney. Well, it's too late. It is appreciated." It just... When it's this late and tens of thousands of people have already suffered and died, I have a hard time appreciating them finally doing something that's good. You know, I don't see it as the feelings I have. If Mark Carney right now were to implement the sanctions and actually push back and follow through on the threats, the emotion I'm feeling isn't appreciation. It's anger, a lot of anger that it was allowed to go on this long. And I'm not going to give credit for them for finally doing the right thing after so long. It's not appreciation that I would feel in this, but so more from the statement. Netanyahu and his government are war criminals. Yes, they are. Israel has sadly become an international pariah state. It is shocking that in Canada, there are still some elites and politicians who support Netanyahu and Israel and their disgusting actions. We'll get to them. Canada needs to act fast. Every day, innocent people are dying, and hostages in Gaza and prisoners in Israel are suffering. So, about those politicians and elites in support of Netanyahu, we have Pierre Poilievre. Again, I can understand why people wouldn't necessarily want to vote for the Justin Trudeau Liberals because of their complicity and support of the genocide that was happening in Gaza. But as I've underlined many, many times, Pierre Poilievre would have been a hell of a lot worse than what we're seeing right now. And so Rachel Gilmore is quote tweeting his statement saying 1,400 babies will likely die in Gaza in the next 48 hours due to Israel's deprivation of aid. And all your outrage is directed at Hamas agreeing with the statement. The callousness of our politicians is a fucking ghoul, my God. And so this is what Pierre Poilievre had to say. The Hamas terrorists have just thanked Mark Carney for his recent statement on Israel. When terrorist groups like Hamas say your actions are a significant step in the right direction, that means they are not. Yes, when an organization that was the governing party of a group of people are saying, yeah, we support your call for Israel to not genocide us. But they shouldn't, like, what? Just the idea that because Hamas agrees with the statement that we shouldn't be genocided, that it means it's not a step in the right direction. Pierre Poilievre is a fucking monster. Threatening Israel with sanctions and further concrete actions while a terrorist group on their borders holds their citizens hostages and refuses to stop attacking Israel is wrong. Israel is the terrorist state. They're the ones committing a genocide. If they want the hostages released, they should maybe stop genociding the people in Gaza. This war can end tomorrow if Hamas hands over the remaining hostages, lays down their weapons, and surrenders. No, this war will end tomorrow if Israel stops doing what it's doing. Conservatives will always stand for Israel's right to exist, to defend itself. He would have been an absolute monster. He is. But he would be so much more supportive of what Netanyahu is doing, the genocide he's doing. Just horrible. And then Sam Hirsch on here. I featured his tweets lots. He's a strong advocate and Jewish, but just quote tweeting out one of these organizations that are still somehow supportive of the Israeli government after all of this. And so he says the absolute moral failures of Jewish establishment organizations will be studied for generations. Their ability to twist the narrative to absolve Israel of any guilt whatsoever is so shameful to me, I can't find a word to rightfully describe it. These words don't represent me. And so this is from JCC Montreal, that's the Jewish Community Council of Montreal, saying the Jewish Community Council of Montreal notes with concern the joint statement issued today by Prime Minister Mark Carney alongside leaders of these other nations. While we recognize the humanitarian complexities of this conflict and share in the desire to prevent civilian suffering, we must remind our elected leaders that international declarations carry consequences here at home. Yeah, if you don't side with Israel, we might not vote you back in. Since October 7th, the Jewish community of Montreal has faced an unprecedented surge of anti-Semitic hate crimes. Keep in mind, some of the surge goes towards things like saying from the river to the sea now being considered a hate crime. There has been an uptick in actual anti-Semitism, hate crimes. It is real, but it gets lost in the noise when they start saying, well, they said free Palestine in sidewalk chalk, so that's also included. And also Muslim communities have been targeted. Hate crimes towards Islamophobia has also been on the increase. Jewish day schools have been attacked. Our institutions have been defaced. Our families intimidated. Our children made to feel unsafe in their own city. The rise in hostility has been sharp, visible, and dramatic, and has been fueled in part by political rhetoric that lacks moral clarity. Calling for aid to go in to starving children, that's lacking moral clarity there. Statements that appear to isolate or condemn Israel without unequivocally affirming its right to self-defense against genocidal terrorist group do not exist in diplomatic vacuum. One thing the government here does plenty of is reiterate Israel's right to self-defense. They are read, amplified, and weaponized by those who seek to justify violence, hatred against Jews in Canada. When the government of Canada speaks about this conflict, it is not only addressing events in the Middle East, it is sharpening the climate for shaping the climate for Jews in Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and beyond. We urge Prime Minister Carney to speak with extreme caution and responsibility. Don't you dare say what Israel is doing out loud. It might make us look bad for supporting it. This is not merely foreign policy, it is a matter of domestic security. Jewish Canadians are watching closely. We are anxious. We are wounded, but we continue to hope that our government will speak with clarity and conviction and ensure that Jewish life in Canada can be lived in safety and dignity. You know what? You are pretty safe if you're Jewish in Canada. It's a pretty safe country to be in. But it's the actions that really relay the intent of those statements that Mark Carney sends out. Like, where's the follow through? So where are the sanctions that he was threatening for Israel crossing the line? I haven't seen them. But what I have seen is this. So this is from the Muslim Advisory Council of Canada, quote tweeting something Mark Carney says, but just saying that Prime Minister Mark Carney, just as your leadership offered a renewed sense of hope, this decision is deeply disheartening. Marco has repeatedly voiced support for the brutal oppression of Palestinians. This is not the kind of leadership our country should endorse. So this is from May 22nd. This joint statement came out May 19th. So what is this? Mark Mendicino, who originally planned to return to Toronto following his tenure as an MP and minister, agreed to serve as my initial chief of staff during the intense period following the Liberal leadership race during the federal election and subsequent transition to government. His support has been vital during that period. As we prepare for the throne speech, I have asked Mr. Mendicino to stay into the summer in order to support the launch of the government's mandate in Parliament and to lead the transition of the PMO on my behalf. I am grateful that he has agreed to do so. I wish to thank him for his tireless work, commitment, and dedication service to all Canadians. So if you really cared about what was happening in Gaza, if there was any, force to the bite, any bites in that statement, this kind of takes away the pain, the burn, whatever you want to say, the analogy that I have in my head that isn't quite following through, but this deflates that statement that he said earlier by a lot. Because who is Marco Carney's heavily scrutinized chief of staff to remain in role for now. And if we scroll down, we'll see why. It's not long, but here we go. Mendicino was public safety minister in Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government, but was shuffled out of cabinet in 2023 after facing calls from conservatives for his resignation over serial killer Paul Bernal's transfer to medium security prison. The NDP also criticized him for being one of a handful of Liberal MPs who refused to back a House motion calling for ceasefire in Gaza last year. So your chief of staff is someone who refused to back a motion calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. And so you're keeping him on at the same time that you're sending out this strongly worded statement, a joint statement. This deflates any idea that he actually means anything in that statement. Again, it's not a threat, it's just a strongly worded letter. Like what is it if they're threatening something but you know it's not real? I don't know what the word for that is. But here, another tweet from Sam Hirsch just saying Canada's own foreign diplomats can literally be shot at by the Israeli military, and all Israel gets from our government is serious concern. The mental gymnastics and extreme cowardice here is truly something to watch. And so this is from Anita Anand. I spoke with Canada's head mission of Ramallah earlier today. I can confirm 4 of our personnel were part of a delegation in West Bank when the IDF shot fires in their vicinity. Relieved to know our team is safe. I have asked my officials to summon Israel's ambassador to convey Canada's serious concerns. We expect a full investigation and accountability. We've had this happen before. Like UN people, food people, World Food Bank, that's it, reporters, all of that. Other Canadians have died in this. But here they're saying, yeah, we want to summon the ambassador so that we can give him a really good tongue lashing. Say, we don't like this. And we expect a full investigation and accountability. Who's doing that investigation? And when has ever anyone in Israel been held accountable for the atrocities that they're doing, even when, people outside of Israel and Gaza, Canadian nationals or American nationals or British nationals or any other nationals have been killed because of Israel? A bit more on this. I think, was there a video on this one? I don't know. This is from CBC. Totally unacceptable that IDF fire shots near Canadians, Carney says. Again, strong words. Prime Minister Mark Carney said it's totally unacceptable that members of Israeli army fired shots near a diplomatic delegation, which included Canadians in the West Bank on Wednesday. The federal government confirmed Wednesday that 4 members of a Canadian delegation were part of a tour in the city. I think this has it, yes.
Just really quickly, I wanted to get your reaction on the IDF who fired some shots at some Canadian diplomats. Does that change your stance on Israel? Should we impose sanctions?
Well, the Israeli ambassador has been summoned to Global Affairs to see the minister and explain. We expect a full investigation. We expect a immediate explanation of what happened. It's totally unacceptable. It's some of many things that are totally unacceptable that's going on in the region.
Ooh, some of many things that are totally unacceptable. So read that they would be summoning them. Let's see. So video of the incident shot by Agence France Presse news agency shows member of the delegation being pulled away by security as gunshots are heard in the background. In a statement, the IDF said their tour group, which also included representatives from other countries, deviated from the approved route and soldiers fired warning shots to get the delegation to move. The IDF says it regrets the inconvenience and then joins other foreign ministers condemning the incident. The situation is unheard of, said John Allen, a former Canadian ambassador to Israel. The fact that you had a group of diplomats who were not properly protected by the IDF or other security forces while they were in the West Bank is unconscionable, Allen told CBC News, Power and Politics. So earlier this week, Carney joined the other prime ministers and stuff in that joint statement, saying the level of human suffering is unconscionable. It's really funny how that happened. How when there was just the slightest pushback from Mark Carney here on what Netanyahu was doing, and suddenly our diplomats that are supposed to be protected by the IDF were fired at by the IDF. Funny the order of that, because you see, this is posted May 21st. This happened, like May 21st, whereas the statement sent out was, May 19th. That's a funny order of operations there, that they just happened to shoot at Canadian diplomats a couple days after Mark Carney sends out this statement. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Uh-huh. Just a coincidence. What is happening over there is unconscionable. The fact that this government has been involved with it for so long is unconscionable. There should be no more threats. The actions, the sanctions, everything in the power of this nation that can be done should be done right now. Should have been done a long time ago. It is absolutely disgusting that it's been allowed to go on for so long, that no other nations are stepping in to help the people in Gaza. Oh my God. And just the level of suffering over there. It's too much to comprehend. It's the people who have the ability to do something about it are choosing not to. But the people who would want to do something about it never get into that power position because, they wouldn't play ball with the rest of the government. Ooh, go ahead and check the SandBox. Let's see. Got some more people jumping in. Welcome. Let's see. Where was I leaving off? I think I saw some of that, so I can start scrolling down. Yeah, saw some of that. Hello, Flow Snake. Welcome to the SandBox. Don't forget, people can now become members of the SandBox. Feldspar, granite, or quartz level. And there's a video posted to the top of my homepage on YouTube where you can find out more about what memberships give you. Let's see. People talking amongst themselves. Soul Life, I'm still driving, but Israeli receives more global aid than any other country. That's law potential pressure, but no. Let's see. "56 Nick Rich. It's been called a genocide, and Paz BB is a war criminal." No argument from me. Hello, B-Cat. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Let's see. This is where I get really quiet on here because I'm trying to find comments that I can read. B-Cat, they're thinking it's closer to 200K, talking about the amount of people who have died in Gaza, I think. Oh, is ExpressVPN? Soul Life saying ExpressVPN felt the need to jump on to Shitter recently and defend Israel unaliving hundreds of people. I've seen other content creators talk about it recently, but it's so hard to know these days. Like if somebody were to approach me to say, will you read our ads for us? It's so hard to know which ones are actually moral companies to do these for. And there's probably not many, not many, unless they're like small independent companies or something that follow strict work ethic unions, stuff of that sort. Let's see. BCAT, at least Julie Gold has remained banished. Yeah, I haven't seen her on the majority report. Not since. It's a good thing. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hello, PP. Project 2025 pays people to be offended. You can pay me to be offended. I'm just going to choose what I'm offended about. Let's see. Lynn, hello, welcome to the SandBox. Then unequivocally and loudly condemn Zionism and ask the government to also condemn Zionist ideas in Israel so that people quit associating genocide with Judaism because it's Zionists harming you. Yes, you should not be conflating Judaism with Zionism. They are two separate things. And I'm pretty sure I make that clear on my channel when I talk about this. It's the state of Israel and Zionists that I'm calling out, not Jewish people. Let's see. Did somebody else jump in here? Oh, hello, the Wild West. Oh, it jumped. Ah! Mm. 56 Nick Ridge, thank you again so much for the $2. Kitty treats, gotta go. I thank you. And yes, Frodo needs a lot of kitty treats right now. Because it's talking about him at the beginning of the stream. He had another health scare. He's an 18-year-old cat. But he seems to be coming out of it again. But I have to give him subdermal fluids, which is, you know, taking a very large needle and shoving it under his skin and squeezing a bag of fluids in. And I have to do that daily right now for another few days. And it's a good thing Frodo is good about it, because if he were struggling or showing that he was in pain or something while I was doing it, I'd be breaking down every time. Hello, Bobby. Let's see. Lynn saying the Jewish people in Canada complaining about Carney's statement need to condemn Zionism. I think I know what you mean. It's just normally the people who are condemning the statement that Mark Carney said are the Zionists because they're mad at him for just acknowledging what's happening in Gaza and threatening sanctions. but I think I know what you were saying. B-Cat. Oh, thank goodness about Frodo. Glad he's improving. Yeah, he gave me a health scare. He had a lump on the side of his neck, so I made a vet appointment to take him in. Turns out the lump is nothing. It's, he had a tiny skin tag there. I think he was scratching it. It got infected and it bulged out. So it's just a surface level infection, like a really big zit. So nothing to worry about. But then he had stopped eating because I ran out of his medication, the anti-nausea medication. He stopped eating and he threw up really big, but it was a really big hairball. So it was probably good that it got out of his system. But then I think it caused a chain reaction in him and he started feeling sick. So then he stopped eating. So even when I got the anti-nausea medication back into him, because normally he can go a few days without it and be fine. But this time, no, even when I was giving him the medication, he still wasn't eating. So for 2 days, he didn't eat anything at all. He was just drinking. Then after that, and I got him back on the medication, the only thing he would eat was treats. So about 4 days, that's all he ate was treats. And luckily, I was able to bump up his appointment at the vet, got him in. And I had worried that he had an infection in his mouth, but he doesn't. It's just when they're dehydrated, their saliva will condense and it can look like pus. And that's because I thought I had saw pus coming out of his mouth. So no infection in his mouth. It was just he was severely dehydrated. So they gave him some fluids under the skin at the clinic, showed me how to do it so that I can continue it at home. Gave him an appetite stimulant as well as the anti-nausea stuff. And so I think it was just a matter of getting him to feel better again, because with him not eating and not drinking enough, the toxins build up, making him feel worse, making him not want to eat more. So with the fluids, it helps to flush out those toxins. So hopefully he'll start feeling better. So I think he just needed that boost to get over that hump. And then he ate a fair bit the past couple nights. So I'll be glad when I don't have to give him the fluids under the skin anymore. But it might be something that I have to do weekly or semi-regularly just to make sure he stays hydrated so that this doesn't happen again. So we'll see. But yeah, I was during that time when he was only eating treats and stuff, if I had to step out for a few hours and I came home, I'd nearly break down. I'd get all emotional when he would come to the door to greet me because then I knew he was okay. Because all my cats tend to greet me when I come in the door. Oh, but yeah, it was a little bit of a unnerving, scary time. Let's see what's next on my... Let's see. I think I'll go into Provincial. We did that. And then... So how about we break it up and we cover some Provincial stuff. Then we got a few more things federal. And then my one-off stories that I like to still feature because I think they're important. Oh. Yeah, let's see. Just making sure I haven't missed anything in the sandbox that I need to comment on. Okay. I was hoping this wouldn't be longer than normal stream. I always say that, but then I end up talking because I get distracted and ADHD. But I think having ADHD and being a live streamer, they kind of get along because I end up rambling and talking a lot, and that's what you should be doing as a live streamer. Well, not the rambling part so much, but talking is important. Oh, but also I want to remind people about my book. See this book? It's available on Amazon. It's paperback and an ebook. Between my 2 books, because I have 2 books published, one is a secret book, but then there's this book. If I sell 3 more books, I would have sold 60 books in total. of Necroplasm and the other book. So, I'm getting up there in numbers. Still nowhere near paying off the cover of my other book, but, I'm trying. It's weird because I'm doing things to promote my other book that I can't tell you guys about because it would give it away too much. And again, it's for my safety that I need to shut up about it, but then I keep on talking about it because I like sharing with you guys. I overshare. It's an autistic part of me to overshare. And it's also a very big part of my life, and it has been for a long time, this other book. So there's a part of me that desperately wants to talk more about it, but again, safety things. And I'm going to be very busy with a lot of stuff related to that. I've sold more of those books than I have of Necroplasm. But please, buy my book. Let's get over that 60 books mark. And I would still love to hear feedback from people who have bought the book. Let me know what you think of it. I got an Abernathy on my lap. Come here. Say hi to everyone. Oh, he's a chunky kitty. It's so hard when I want to put food down to make sure Frodo eats whenever he needs to eat. But then this guy goes and munches food. So I have to watch. And so I put down a sprinkle of food in 2 dishes so that this guy doesn't go over and try to eat Frodo's food. And then I watch. And as soon as Frodo has done his little snacks, because he's a grazer, I then have to take the dish away from him that he's still munching on and put it back in the bag so that he doesn't continue to eat what I've left out. But I have to put it out or he'll try taking the food from Frodo. And so I try to just give Abernathy like small amounts throughout the day as opposed to one big meal. Like at night they get their wet food too. So that's like their bigger meal, but he needs to lose weight. I need to get him exercising a little bit more. Oh. Yeah. I can't wait to start talking about my other book. Or talk about my vampire book more. I live in the world. I'm looking forward to writing more of them. And I'm thinking with my channel, because now that I'm off in a rambly state as opposed to covering the politics, I need to do a little bit of a reset because I just got so behind and overwhelmed with things. So I'm still planning on doing the TYT video, but I was also planning on doing like a recap video of the federal election. At this point, I think it's no point. It's past the point. Like I want to talk about the house that Pierre Poilievre gets to stay in and stuff, but other channels have covered it, like David Dole, Rachel Gilmore, Steve Boots. They have all covered it. So if you want to learn more about how he's living off the system and getting to live in a mansion at the cost of taxpayer money, while people who can't afford rent suffer, they've had videos about it. So I think I've given up on wanting to do my recap videos about the federal election. So I'm just going to keep on with the go forward stuff. So when new stuff happens, I'll still comment on it and whatnot. And I think I want to try doing more one-off videos about certain topics. But I think I need to just do a little bit of a reset now that things have kind of gotten under control. Some things that I was trying to get done are done. So now I can focus a little bit more on the TYT video. I need to get that done while TYT is still network. But I think I have to give up my idea of doing the video essays I was going to do about the conservatives, the liberals, and the NDP and just cover them going forward type thing. He's such a big kitty. You're a big kitty. Oh, and then a loud vehicle outside makes him jump off me. But I want to start doing like more short commentary videos that I post as opposed to making my live streams 4 hours long. So cover some of the news within the day type thing. Yeah. Soul life. I want to live in a free mansion. Yeah, me too. BCAT, if I had a free mansion, I'd move all you guys in. That'd be nice, but I can't stand roommates. Other than cats, no roommates. Okay, so let's get into some provincial news. Then there's a little bit more federal, and then I have some one-off stories. Luckily, these dockets aren't terribly long. The longest docket was for stuff that was happening in Gaza. Okay, so I covered a story last week. Another very heavy story about 3 children who were killed in a car accident, and the person driving the car was not the car, but the car that hit the family vehicle was a 19-year-old who was apparently allegedly impaired, drunk driving. So a 19-year-old was drunk driving, hit in their vehicle, and 3 children died as a result. And I was making commentary on that because Doug Ford was out there celebrating the fact that he's expanded alcohol and made it so much more accessible to people. It's a good thing that alcohol is so celebrated when it's one of the most destructive drugs out there. Well, he finally released a statement on it. Finally. I think he might have released it the same day, but I'm only seeing it now. Doug Ford says, "I am heartbroken by the tragic and senseless deaths of these 3 young children. My thoughts are with the families grieving this unimaginable loss of life. The person responsible for this heinous act needs to face the harshest punishment possible." The person responsible? Doug? He's partly responsible for this. It's one of those things, like I was saying, kind of like climate change. Like, you can't say any one storm is a result of climate change, but as an aggregate, they're getting worse. They are more severe, and there are some storms that are a result specifically of it. We can't just pinpoint which one it is. There's going to be an increase in drunk driving and people dying because of it. And we won't be able to pinpoint exactly which ones are a result of Doug Ford celebrating and expanding alcohol. But some of them are and will be. And there's a good chance that had alcohol not been as accessible and celebrated as Doug Ford has made it, that these kids might still be alive. He's responsible for this. He needs to face harsh punishment. It's just, and that's the other thing that Doug Ford will do is like, oh, somebody do bad, they need to face the harshest punishment, throw them in prison for life, never let them out again. Meanwhile, his crime, his corruption goes completely unpunished. He's trying to put the blame of this horrendous act solely on the 19-year-old, and granted, he's the one that went drunk driving, allegedly. But that doesn't, take away the blame that Doug Ford should have for himself on this. He's partly responsible for this. He needs to be held accountable for this. Something else I've been following is Bill 5. And this is from Mike Schreiner, saying Bill 5 is an unprecedented power grab by the Ford government, invoking Trump-style politics to gut environmental protections, undermine democratic oversight, bypass Indigenous consultation, is both dangerous and deeply disrespectful. And this is part of what Andy Case Tarot was getting at earlier about the Ring of Fire being opened up and Doug Ford just trampling over Indigenous peoples and saying, you either go along with this or you don't get a road to your community type bullshit that he loves to do. Somehow I tangled up my earphones. Probably because I was fidgeting with them. So a little bit more from Mike Schreiner here, who is the Green MPP in Queen's Park.
Ontario is losing 319 acres of farmland each and every day. 1 in 10 Ontarians are employed in the food and farming sector. We will not defend our food sovereignty and win this trade war if we don't defend those workers, if we don't defend our farmland, if we don't defend our farmers. Speaker, if there is no farmland, there is no farmers, there is no food, there is no future. That's exactly why the MPP from Haldeman Norfolk and I will be introducing legislation later today to create a food belt to defend and protect our farmland. Ontario is losing.
So part of Bill 5 also means that the province can override zoning and municipal bylaws and stuff to just take land. Take land and do what they want with it. No environmental assessments, no archaeological assessments. If, you know, there's a potential that Indigenous artifacts are on it, they don't care. They'll just dig it out and grind it up. And he's getting away with it. Like, that's I have so much frustration with the amount of open corruption that Doug Ford is doing, the amount of horrendous things that he is doing, and he's not being held accountable for any of it. It is so infuriating. And some more about this from Colin DeMello in Global News. As the Ford government faces Bill 5 pushback, the Premier is defending the legislation and quietly holding meetings with some chiefs to avoid confrontation. Yes, just quietly having those meetings behind closed doors with chiefs that he doesn't actually name. So I could say, you know, I'm having meetings with government officials behind closed doors. I'm not going to tell you who they are. Of course not.
As his government faces growing opposition to Bill 5, the law that gives Cabinet the power to designate special economic zones in Ontario, Premier Doug Ford is battling back, insisting that some First Nations are on board with projects being fast-tracked on Indigenous land.
Some. Not all. I am so sick of how the Prime Minister and the Premiers will find maybe one Indigenous person that sides with them and use them as a cloak against all pushback when it comes to what they're doing to Indigenous land. Saying, well, this one agrees with us, so it's okay that we're going in there and destroying it. It doesn't matter if some Indigenous peoples agree with this. It's not, oh, here are the cherry-picked, hand-selected Indigenous peoples that agree with me, and so I'm only going to listen to their opinion and their opinion only. It's not how it should work. But that's what the government is notorious for doing. If they don't like what one Indigenous chief says, they'll go to another and then another, or then they'll make an Indigenous organization and fill it with Indigenous peoples willing to play ball with them and saying, well, we're going by what they're saying as opposed to what the chiefs are actually saying. Over and over and over again.
Do you know why they're excited? It changes their lives. It changes their communities. It gives them an opportunity to get electrified opposed to living on diesel. Making sure they have fresh food, great health care. There's so many benefits that come along with it, and they're excited.
Who's excited? Can I get... I'm going to do a Pierre Poilievre right now. Who? Which one? What's their name? Who's excited? How many are excited? That's what Pierre Poilievre would do to a reporter, so I'm going to do that to Doug Ford. You know, like, give me some specifics here. Which one? How many? Who? And it's not going to benefit them the way that Doug Ford is claiming it will.
But the government heard just the opposite this week from other First Nations who are asking the Premier to slow down.
We will support Canada in your fight with, you know, uniting but it can't be at the expense of our lands and our families.
The law would also allow cabinet ministers to handpick companies that would operate in those economic zones, giving them special permission to skip environmental assessments and speed up development. The province has already identified the Ring of Fire as one of those zones, paving the way for new roads to extract minerals from the Ring of Fire. Some communities say this has happened before with few benefits for them.
That mine was
Not only are there few benefits, as in the money doesn't actually go back to the communities there, it also can have disastrous consequences because then the land gets polluted from these mines. And there's been many, many situations where Indigenous communities have had to live with toxic materials in the water, in the wildlife. And what does the government do to help clean up that situation? Nothing. Just look at what's happened with the grassy narrows, how long that has been going on. And the provincial and federal government and the corporation are all trying to pass the buck on it. None of them want to deal with it. And meanwhile, the people there have been suffering for a generation with copper contamination. This destroys land, and the money does not go back to help build these communities. It goes into the pocket of the hand-picked corporations that the government will come into these areas.
Opened in 1939, and it took a lot of gold, a lot of silver, and a lot of minerals. Some people got very rich off this mine, but we didn't.
To blunt the criticism, the Premier
Just seeing out of the corner of my eye, Looney Tunes 9000 saying Ring of Fire. Yeah, they're talking about Northern Ontario, the Canadian Shield. There's lots of minerals and stuff locked in the ground up there where it's ancient mountains that are no longer mountains type thing. And basically the Canadian Shield is a rock with some sediment on top of it. And it is a huge swath of land. So farming up there, not good. Farming in southern Ontario, fantastic, because during the glacier period, that when all the sediment ran off, it kind of deposited in southern Ontario, making for really nutrient-rich soil and thick soil. But it scraped everything off the shield. So there's a lot of forest and stuff up there, but it's basically a big rock, and lots and lots of minerals and stuff that they love to go mining for can be found in it. But it's also on very sensitive land. It's on Indigenous land. So there's few roads. There should be roads that go to these communities, but not all of them have been given a road by the governments. Even though a lot of them were forced into certain areas to begin with. Yeah, that's what the government does. They went and forced Indigenous peoples into reservations, some of them without roads. But yeah, that's what the Ring of Fire is talking about, just this area up in Northern Ontario. That's a great big rock full of minerals and stuff that they want to mine. I think the Ring of Fire is a stupid name for it, because when I think of the Ring of Fire, I think of like the tectonic plates Ring of Fire with that goes along Japan and stuff, and Hawaii and whatnot, where it's the tectonic plates cause all the volcanic activity and whatnot. That to me is the Ring of Fire. To call Northern Ontario the Ring of Fire doesn't make a lot of sense to me, unless they're planning on lighting it on fire, which is not far from the truth.
says he's been meeting privately with some Indigenous leaders.
Well, I met with the regional chief, Benedict. I had him over to the house. He understands that we're doing this and moving forward with consultation with First Nations. Nothing.
With one First Nations person. Consultation with one First Nations person.
Happens. And with ownership within First Nations, that they're going to improve their communities.
Still, First Nations are warning the government confrontation is on the horizon.
I don't want any conflict, But if you move in that direction, that is where you're going to take it.
The government will hear from more First Nation leaders on Monday. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
The Wild West, thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Vicky Clee, Graham Turner, Circe, Karen Bass, and JN received a gifted membership from the Wild West. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And also, hello, MIDI doctors. Welcome to the SandBox. But, you know, Doug Ford, he was a businessman. He knows what he's doing. He can negotiate these sorts of things. Sure, not a problem. He knows how to run the province. He's a conservative. They're fiscally responsible. That's what they always say anyway. They know how to manage a debt. And by manage a debt, they know how to make it. Ontario could have $500 billion debt by 2027. It would set a record. Funny how that always seems to happen under Conservatives. Ontario taxpayers will be on the hook for more than $500 billion debt by 2027, according to the Ford government's latest provincial budget, raising questions about how the province plans to address the ballooning financial burden. You know, because we're going to be adding 50 to 100 billion to it to put a tunnel under a highway. There's the billions going into the spa. There's the billions being lost from, you know, the LCBO and no longer charging registration fees for licenses and things like all of that. So he's removing money from the coffers while spending it on useless projects. This isn't surprising that the debt is ballooning like this, but where are all the Conservatives who always whine when the Liberals or the NDP are in power saying, where's the money for whatever you want to do? Well, apparently, according to Doug Ford, the money is there, sort of, where it doesn't matter, you just spend it anyway. Finance Minister Peter Blenfley's 2025-26 fiscal blueprint laid out province's medium-term projections, which shows Ontario's net debt is expected to reach $501.7 billion in just 2 years. The record-setting amount is fully realized also means the Ford government would be responsible for adding nearly $150 billion in debt since taking office in 2018, leading to criticisms from fiscal hawks and the opposition alike. So much for fiscal prudence, said Nicholas Gannon with Canadian Taxpayer Federation, who said the Ford government's policies have added the burden paid for future taxpayers. For the people who vote for Doug Ford, what exactly has he delivered that he said he would deliver that has actually been good for people? Jobs haven't improved. Cost of housing hasn't improved. The ability to find housing hasn't improved. Cost of living has skyrocketed. The debt has skyrocketed. What exactly has he done that makes you think, yeah, he's doing a good job? The $500 billion debt? What is he doing that is so good that you can look at that and say it's worth it? It's reasonable considering everything else he's doing. Because if you were going to create a $500 billion debt because you're like, we're socializing all housing and making, you know, our universal health care fully comprehensive, and we're going to rebuild all the schools to the modern age and make sure that all hospitals are staffed properly and all long-term care homes are staffed properly and all that sort of stuff. If we went to like $500 billion in debt for all of that, I'd be like, okay, it's an investment in the community and stuff. What has he delivered or promised to deliver? Which makes you think, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. So Nicholas continues, just this year alone, the debt itself is costing approximately $1,000 per Ontario taxpayer, Gannon added. Critics also point out that the province's growing interest on debt payments, $51 billion between 2025 and 2028. Yes, folks, always remember to try to pay off your credit cards when you get, so you don't get interest payments like this. Will also squeeze the government's ability to pay for basic services. Yeah. We can pay for a $50 to $100 billion tunnel, but those basic services that we rely on so much, we just won't pay for them anymore. We are spending a significant amount of money, the fourth biggest line item in the budget on interest expense, and that will only continue to get worse as the government continues to outspend its revenues, said Liberal finance critic Stephanie Bauman. In a brief interview at Queen's Park, Premier Doug Ford appeared somewhat unfazed, suggesting he's willing to trim the provincial budget, especially during time of economic uncertainty. I don't like debt, Ford told Global's News. Well, for somebody who doesn't like it, you sure do make it big. We have two choices in a budget. We can start cutting and slashing, which I don't like doing. I never will, and I believe in reinvesting in our infrastructure into our healthcare, hospitals, and schools. Well, he's not. That's the thing. He's not. He's underspending in those categories. Unless you count the tunnel as infrastructure. The absolute useless tunnel. You know, what's worse than a traffic jam on the 401? Being stuck in a traffic jam under the 401. But just as that it kind of sucks, but oh well, what you gonna do about it? The progressive conservative government spending, however, comes in sharp contrast to the party's criticisms of the former Liberal government's accumulation of debt. In 2017, when Kathleen Wynne's government raised the debt to nearly $350 billion, then finance critic Vic Fedeli warned that runaway spending could result in $500 billion debt burden. Oh no, it was a problem when the Liberals might have eventually led us there. That's $500 billion, $500 billion. A billion is 1,000 million. So think about $1 trillion. These numbers boggle the mind of everyone here, Fedeli said in the legislature. Just think of the length of paper we're going to need to write 1 trillion out with those zeros. Each of those zeros represent yet another generation that will be in debt. Yeah? Just think about it. Think about how problematic this is. Could have been. Fedeli now serves on Ford's front bench as his Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. Years later, the progressive conservative government is defending its own spending by pointing to the province's credit rating upgrades, a low net debt to GDP ratio, and by comparing itself to other jurisdictions. We're still in good financial shape compared to some other provinces across the country, but we always have to keep an eye on the deficit and debt, Ford told Global News. Critics are now calling on the government to get a better handle on the provincial debt by cutting back on unnecessary projects and saving funds. While the NDP called for continued investment in hospitals, schools, and housing to create jobs and maintain services, the party suggested the Premier's pet projects should be put on the chopping block. I have not met a single person who thinks building a $50 billion tunnel under the 401 is a good idea, except Doug Ford, said NDP finance critic Jessica Bell. Ford countered the government's strategy to pay down the provincial debt will focus on investment, infrastructure, and revenue growth. We have to create more revenues as we have before and then take some of those revenues and pay it down over time, Ford told Global News. Asked whether he thought $500 billion was a huge amount, Ford said, "It is. Yeah, pretty bad. It's pretty bad." Speaking of pet projects, Ford commits $38 million to Wasaga Beach tourism and amid U.S. tariffs. You know, when you're $500 billion in debt, what's in there? $38 million.
We know that President Trump's tariffs and the economic uncertainty they're creating are being felt in every corner of our province, in every part of our economy. That includes Ontario's tourism sector, which adds $33 billion to our provincial economy every single year. And it also employs 326,000 workers across the province, including right here in Wasaga Beach. Our government has a plan to protect Ontario workers and communities in the face of the uncertainty and help build a stronger, more resilient economy that can stand up to President Trump and anything else that comes our way. We're investing in workers, in infrastructure, and communities, just like we're doing here, and this includes tourism sector right across our province. Folks, Ontario...
Tourism like a spa. A luxury spa. What better family fun destination than a luxury spa? And I don't necessarily have an issue with revamping, tourism and stuff of that sort, but could we please all have family doctors first?
Home to some of the most beautiful, incredible tourism sites anywhere in the world, from Niagara Falls to incredible provincial parks, and of course, the world's longest freshwater beach right here in Wasaga. As part of our plan to protect Ontario, we're investing in these destinations to protect our tourism industry and create new opportunities for workers and communities across this province.
Yes, we'll protect our tourist destinations like the Science Center. And, all of that sort of stuff by shutting it down and moving it, shutting down our tourist destination, Ontario Place, and making it into a luxury spa. That's how we're going to revamp things.
That's why I'm thrilled to announce that we're investing nearly $38 million to support Destination Wasaga. That's incredible, and thank you, everyone.
I like clapping at myself, too. I said something. That's incredible, huh? Commentary I'm giving is great. In fact, it deserves a much bigger applause.
That includes $25 million to rebuild Nancy Island, the historic site. That is a good one.
I said something smart. Nancy Island, that's a historical reference. Yeah. I'm going to applaud myself. That does deserve applause that I was able to get that in there, huh?
I'm a big history buff, so I love these stories. The historic site of an important naval battle during the War of 1812. And that's why I said, I think President Trump's still holding a grudge that we burnt the White House down in 1812. So anyways, we're also investing $11 million to upgrade the town's downtown roads to support better access for tourists and residents and the creation of more than 3,000 homes. I couldn't believe the price of these properties you were telling me on the beach and the waterfront. That's going to create more tax revenue, which is...
Who's building the homes? What kind of homes? How accessible are those homes to people? Or are they just going to be bought up by corporations?
Fantastic. And we're investing $2 million more to support local tourism planning and downtown revitalization. We're also going to begin the process of transferring part of the provincially owned beachfront in Wasaga Beach Provincial Park to the town to support their tourism strategy. I think...
See, was there anything else in this article I wanted to read? Oh, no, short article. That was all that I wanted from that. And here's Chris Glover. He's a NDP, MPP, corporate welfare scandal of the day, $38 million to conservative donors to build luxury hotel. Meanwhile, the Toronto District School Board, TCDSB, and students face $140 million in funding cuts. Remember when he was saying that he wouldn't cut those things? He's cutting those things. And Chris was quote tweeting TDOT resident, somebody who does really good work when it comes to finding out these connections, saying the new Wasaga Beach Hotel will be built by Sunray Group. I know you will be shocked to know that their executives are big donors to Doug Ford's PC party. Yeah, they always get their money's worth, don't they? Those big donors to Doug Ford's like, I wish I had the money to donate to Doug Ford so then I could get all the nice things that I want, only I never want him in power again, ever. Don't want him in power now, but again, it's so frustrating. The corruption is right there. We see it. We see it. It is in the public. It's not being hidden. Where's the accountability? Where's the consequences? Where are just even people saying, you know, I don't want my government to be this blatantly corrupt. Like, where is any pushback? We just get an NDP MPP quote tweeting somebody on Twitter saying, oh, this is bad. You can't be clicktivism. Is that clicked activism? When you're a politician. When you're a politician, you need to be doing more. And I don't mean trying to pass a bill when you're the NDP because it's not going to pass. You can present it still, make your statement, but what are you doing outside of that? We don't need politicians anymore. We need activists in those roles to make noise, to cause a stir, to bring attention to these situations. If not, Doug Ford is just going to keep on getting away with all the bullshit he's doing. And what's some new bullshit that he wants to do? Oh, where on earth could this possibly go wrong? Ford government considers arming more special constables, but won't say who will get guns.
Is looking to pass a new law that could... The Ford government is looking to pass a new law that could allow special constables to carry weapons. The change was not advertised by the government and is actually buried in the middle of an omnibus justice bill. I want to bring in Global's Isaac County.
I wonder why. Probably because the people would be like, what the fuck?
Alan is at Queen's Park now. Isaac, so it looks like the Solicitor General, Michael Kersner, will actually have the authority to designate who gets those guns.
Yes, Colin, these are special constables, so sort of almost police-adjacent officers. They work in areas...
Not police officers, police adjacent.
Areas like campus security for Toronto community housing, transit enforcement, things like that. Even Niagara Parks Commission has special constables.
Do we really want campus security carrying guns? Really? When we already see how hostile they are towards like pro-Palestinian protesters? The last thing we need are more trigger-happy, power-trippy men, usually men, carrying guns in volatile situations.
And the state of play in Ontario right now is that the vast majority of those people don't have the right to carry firearms. There's a couple of exceptions. The Niagara Parks Commission special constables can carry guns, and so can those who work with police forces in Ontario. But the rest of them carry either a baton or pepper spray. And that's something that's changing if this legislation that's currently before the House here at Queen's Park passes. What it will do is it will give Solicitor General Michael Kersner the right to pass regulations that specify which special constables will be allowed to carry guns and add more of them. Because this is a regulation and legislation duo, all we know from the legislation is that that's coming. We don't know who might be getting the guns or why. So we asked the Solicitor General's office which groups he was planning to give firearms to in Ontario, and they didn't say. We asked, for example...
So we're going to expand this ability for special constables to carry guns, but we're not going to tell you who. It'll be a surprise.
If it was going to be existing special constables only who would be eligible for firearms, or if the Solicitor General might pick new groups altogether. His office also didn't answer that question, instead highlighting that special constables are well trained and telling us that these changes have been brought in or will be brought in consultation with law enforcement. But we spoke to one gun control lobby group who said that quite simply, more guns, even in the hands of trained officials, isn't a good thing.
See more people just being issued handguns, my first instinct is why. Certainly, we would never begrudge, as Danforth families or any of us would begrudge the police the kinds of resources they need to do their jobs. That's not what this is about. But I think when
I begrudge it, though.
you're in the area of, what special constables are, and most of them, it appears today, don't need weapons to carry out their jobs. So what has changed, I guess, would be the question. Why does this need to be an element when, more guns in our mind is not a good idea?
Yeah, and that seems to be the central question here, Isaac. Do we know at all why the government wants to make this change?
Why really is the most curious part of this, the timing and the reasons, and it's something the government isn't answering. Indications as to why they're not answering possibly come from when...
That's just great. Yeah, we want to expand who can carry guns, but we're not going to tell you any reason as to why or who.
When they tabled the legislation, the fact that none of the news conferences advertising this bill referenced special constables. There was a whole background briefing given to stakeholders and to the media and printed out online that also doesn't reference this change to special constables. And when we've asked the government these questions, we're not getting answers to that either. We specifically asked the government about timing and about whether any group had asked them for these changes, whether there was any group of special constables who wanted the right to carry firearms. That's another question, Colin, that Michael Kersner's office isn't answering.
Right. That's troubling. All right. Isaac Callan at Queen's.
That is troubling. So just a little bit more from the article. So buried in the middle of the Protection Through Safer Streets and Stronger Community Acts is a change that would allow Solicitor General Michael to select groups of special constables who would be allowed to use firearms. Let's see. Ken Price, a member of Danforth Families for Safe Communities, which advocates for gun control and reform, says the move was curious and questioned why the government was considering expanding number of officials who can carry firearms. And who do you think will be most likely the people harmed by these special constables carrying guns? I wonder if there's any sort of trend in law enforcement. Certainly, we would never begrudge Danforth families, as some of us would begrudge the police the kinds of resources they need to do their jobs. But when you're in the area, special constables, most blah, 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 that was said. So Danforth Families for Safe Communities was formed in the wake of the 2018 mass shooting on Danforth Avenue in Toronto, which killed 2 and left 13 injured. The proposed change has been rolled out quietly by the province. It wasn't announced at a news conference, nor was it included in a detailed background briefing released when the legislation was tabled. Sarah Strawburn, a criminal defense lawyer who read the proposed legislation, said how the move would be received depended entirely on who the Solicitor General gave guns to. The important thing to remember is the special constable is a very tightly controlled category of law enforcement, and it applies to a really wide range of conduct, she said. She suggested it would be quite reasonable for special constables working with police forces to carry firearms. They're involved in investigations and may be helping with things like arrest and detention, interviewing subjects, executing searches, she explained. Has it been necessary so far? Has there been any issues, any incidences so far which were like, yeah, they really should be having guns? And what happened to trigger this? On the other hand, you get special constables that are dealing with more community work roles, so special constables work in university settings, in transit, in community housing, sometimes with very vulnerable populations. And there I do have some concerns when you're adding more firearms to those situations. Yep. Let's see. This is from Ontario Liberal MPP Karen McCrimmon, said that the potential seismic change there should be deliberate consultations. Carrying a firearm comes with the authority to use it, and we need to keep that threshold high, she said in a statement. The rigorous training our officers receive keep both us and them safe. Communities deserve a chance to consult on lowering these standards and taking on more risk. We need investment in a funded, experienced police sector, not a band-aid solution. Arming special constables with less training than police officers is not a proper solution. The government needs to ensure that anyone authorized to carry a gun is properly trained, which minimizes risk to the public and law enforcement. Yep, that's exactly what's needed, is more power trippy, trigger happy people with guns in volatile situations. That will solve the problems. Go and check the SandBox. And let's see, next on the docket after that. I'm running out of steam. Okay, that one's not too long, that docket. Going back into some more federal politics after this little break. Let's see. Sure, as soon as I mention anything about TYT, the chat goes all about it. Midi Doctors was watching reruns of Veronica Mars. I do remember that was a series. So, like, Ring of Fire makes me think of that bald guy from Florida that does leftist news. Yeah, Sam used to be on the Ring of Fire, too. And I'm trying to remember the other guy's name, but I'm horrible with names, so I don't remember it. But I'd probably remember it if I heard it. Oh, Farron, right there, Farron Cousins. People leaving to go sleep or eat food. Sounds nice. I don't know. I really need to space out how I do these live streams because I tend to forget and then I leave it all for today. So for hours before the live stream, I was sitting here putting together everything, reading over the articles, watching the videos, putting my dockets together and everything. So I spend hours and hours doing that. And then I sit here for hours and hours. And so by the time this day is done, I'm so drained. Whereas I really should be putting together the dockets the day before or 2 days before so that I have a little bit more energy in these streams to talk about other stuff. Let's see. Yeah, speaking of my artwork. Hello, Vicky Klee. Hello, Snake, also going to bed? Gotta go to bed, night all. Take care, stay strong. Up the U.S. resistance, Slava, Ukrainia, and lots of hearts. BCAT, speaking of addy ads, I've seen all kinds of creators reading ads for ambulance chaser firms. Yeah, I don't know. I would do ad reads for me. Check out my artwork. Go to SandeeLovas.com to get a custom-made photorealistic pencil portrait of a loved one, human or fur baby, or lizard baby. Suppose I do ad reads for other content creators, only I'm not getting paid. go check out the letter hack. Something new from Letter Hacking Group is coming soon that I will also be involved with. Canada's government. Our crime laws are working better than U.S. crime laws. Quick, let's devolve and start giving very specific people guns with no explainer. Yeah. Vicky Clee, why does this guy have a British accent? He's probably British. Immigrated here. I hear lots of accents in this province, in this country. BCAT, I cannot imagine looking at the US thinking we should be more like them unless becoming like the US is the goal. Well, Looney Tunes 9000 Lizard Baby LOL. I used to have pet lizards. I love lizards. Looney Tunes 9000. It's called This Space. Subscribe to This Space now, launching in June. Yes, that is it. I should download some of the ads for it so that I can show ads. Yes, I'll do those ads on here. It's a thing called This Space, which will be a channel devoted to basically lots and lots and lots of different lefty content creators and be like the background news cycle that you can have on 24/7, something like that. So not really a network, more like a collaborative, is what it kind of is. And so I'll be going on regularly at a certain time, then passing it off to someone else who then passes it off to someone else, and it's all on the same channel. So that you can have constant background or foreground leftist commentary on stuff. So it should be interesting. PB, I wish I had a Diet Coke right now. Yeah, I know the feeling. Sorry. I might have to go get in there when I'm almost out. And I could use like a little bite of chocolate fix to get my energy back and going. So before my energy completely bottoms out, let's get back to it. So more from the federal government. Did I really want to go over this? There's where my energy is at. What was I going to say to this that was actually important? Like, that's the thing. I don't just want to be like, here's a clip from Mark Carney. I wanted to add commentary to it. And I didn't know if there was any like real commentary that I could add to this other than it's stupid, which isn't really great commentary. Oh, how long is the clip again for this one? It's like 3 minutes. And the funny thing is I'll sit here and debate if I should watch this for 3 minutes, whereas I could just watch the clip and we could see what I'm talking about. Okay, let's do this. Thumbs up in the SandBox if you want to hear about the Golden Dome. David Dole also has a video on this, which is very informative and detailed. But if you want to know about the Golden Dome, put some thumbs up in the SandBox. And then we can watch this clip. But there's other stuff too. Like the mandate letter that Mark Carney put together and the size of cabinets. We're going to do a size comparison, which is a lot of fun. Looney Tunes 9000 saying this space, so it's called, the channel is called This Space, will feature the likes of me, the letter hack, Andrea, Ben Dixon, and others. So I'm seeing some thumbs up. You want to hear about the Golden Dome? Whose idea do you think this is? Just off the top of your head, whose idea do you think it is to have a Golden Dome over North America? So there's this, thing where Mark Carney has to do this delicate balance of trying to get along with Donald Trump while trying to deal with Donald Trump, who's very undealable with, very volatile, very unpredictable, all that sort of stuff. Well, now there's this talk of a golden dome. So here's from CPAC facing questions about Canada's missile defense talks with the U.S. PM Mark Carney is asked why his government would consider further integration with the United States. And then he says this quote, so I won't say it. So yes, you know how Israel has the Iron Dome? Well, here Donald Trump wants a golden dome. Some missile defense thing because, all the missiles coming at Canada from, I don't know, Russia would be the closest, I suppose, going over the North Pole. But all the missiles coming from where exactly? Like, I'm getting more and more concerned of missiles coming from the United States. But here's Mark Carney now in negotiations with Donald Trump talking about the shared expense of a golden dome. And David Dole does a great breakdown of this, just again, comparing sizes like, let's look at the state of Israel versus the size of Canada and the United States, and how much it costs to have an Iron Dome over the state of Israel versus how much it would cost to have a golden dome over all of this to protect us from who? Who? Space invaders?
During the election, you were very public in saying that the old relationship that Canada has with the U.S. is over. You said that Donald Trump is trying to break us so he can own us. But now, just a couple weeks after the election, there's conversations, at least, about further integrating the Canadian military with the U.S. about the Golden Dome. What do you say to Canadians who voted for you based on your elbows and mentality with the Americans?
Well, first, one of the reasons why we're having more constructive discussions with the Americans is because we are demonstrating our ability that we have choices. We have choices economically. We have choices with respect to our defense. I'll give you several examples to back that up. Maybe I'll step away from the economics. Mr. Gray, you've probably heard enough of me on that, so I will talk about defense for a moment. With respect to the F-35, it was raised a moment ago, we have alternatives for the F-35 for the back end of that. European alternatives that we could pursue. We have to weigh them in the best interests of Canada. That's how we will evaluate it. With respect to broader defense, whether it's air, sea, land, cyber, we have other partnerships that we can strike. And one of the things, as you will have heard, but I'll repeat.
Partnerships that we can strike, or maybe they're thinking of striking partners.
That we have been discussing with our European partners is becoming a full partner of Rearm Europe, Safe Europe, different acronyms for a major relationship that we can have that gives us diversification, new partners, new options, better value for money, potentially more domestic Canadian economic benefits. So all of that exists in parallel to potential opportunities with the U.S. And the way I would characterize the change in the relationship, and I stood in this room and made those comments the first time, and I'm very clear, and I absolutely repeat them today, which is we had for almost half a century, we as Canada, a relationship with the Americans which were a steady process of deepening integration. Deepening integration in economics. We went from free trade deal through to CUSMA, deepening integration in military aspects. And that process of deepening integration is over. We are in a position now where we cooperate when necessary, but not necessarily cooperate.
That is actually a decent statement. Like, I'm going to be shitting a lot on Mark Carney, no doubt about it. He is in a hard spot with what do you do with Donald Trump? Because it can't just be we're going to counter everything he says, because he's Donald Trump. We have no choice. We have to work with him, which is a really horrible situation to be in because he's so unpredictable, he's so in it for himself, and he will easily throw this entire country under the bus if it serves his purposes. But that line, it is decent. We are in a position now where we cooperate when necessary, but not necessarily cooperate. I wonder if he thought of that on the fly.
So we have other options for that cooperation. We are pursuing those other options. You will see a very different set of partnerships, security and economic, going forward. But to be absolutely clear, when it is in Canada's interests, first best interest, to cooperate with the Americans, to strike deals with the Americans, relationships, and particularly in examples like ballistic missile defense, that may be the best option, and if so, we will pursue that.
Okay, and let's, since I was talking about it, I'll show you the video that I was talking about from David Dole. Let's put this over here. No, do this. So this is the video that I was talking about. It's about 13 minutes long. Trump drags Carney into his golden dome. Sounds like James Bond-esque type things. And then it also has to do with like missiles and defense and all that sort of stuff. But, this video is worth a watch. Let's see. I'm not going to do the thing where it's like we watch his entire video over mine. Just trying to see if there's a good part here. Oh, horrible expression to land on.
Missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that
From who? We've got oceans in between us. It's not like Mexico is going to start throwing missiles at us.
We have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also.
Yeah, we want protection from you. Let's see. So here's where David Dole was doing the size, showing the size comparison thing.
Have this ready in 3 years for all of an Iron Dome. I'll get to show you the size of countries compared to other countries. Israel has an Iron Dome. I'll get to how much it cost them. 3 years? You expect to have this ready in 3 years for all.
So this little menstrual stain right there, that is the size of Israel compared to Canada and the United States.
All of US and Canada in 3 years? And how much is that going to cost? So it's just, this is completely wild. I would love to take bets from people that think this is going to be ready in 3 years.
Go to the poly market. Let's do this. I will toss this into the SandBox for people who want to watch the rest of that. And let's get back to the news. But yeah, go check out David Dole. He does great videos. I usually always watch his Canadian ones for sure. So here is the Liberal Party ready to meet this moment and deliver the change Canadians want and deserve.
Voted for this government or not, we are in your service. In the service of
Sure you are.
building a stronger, more united Canada. Les Canadiens nous ont donné le mandat d'apporter de grands changements rapidement Together, we will advance the nation-building investments that will support the core mission of this government, which is to create the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
Yay, economy that works for everyone. Not really. Not really. So here we have the mandate letter from Mark Carney, which is kind of basically telling his cabinet and stuff like, this is the direction that we want to go, and this gives us Canadians a good idea of what he's going to prioritize. So Canada faces a series of crises, a more dangerous and divided world. Geopolitical risks are rising, threatening our sovereignty. The global trading system, which has helped power Canada's prosperity for decades, is undergoing biggest transform, blah, 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 blah. So our priorities. We will focus on 7 priorities. Establishing a new economic and security relationship with the United States and strengthening our collaboration with reliable trading partners and allies around the world. Building one Canadian economy by removing barriers to interprovincial trade and identifying and expediting nation-building projects that will connect and transform our country. Let's get more tunnels under highways. Bringing down the cost for Canadians and helping them get ahead. Could you be a little bit more specific about that? Making housing more affordable by unleashing the power of public-private cooperation, catalyzing a modern housing industry and creating new careers and skilled trades, protecting Canadian sovereignty and keeping Canadians safe by strengthening the Canadian Armed Forces and securing our borders and reinforcing law enforcement. That's exactly what we need, yeah. Attracting the best talent in the world to help build our economy while returning our overall immigration rates to sustainable levels. Spending less on government operations so Canadians can invest more in the people and businesses that will build the strongest economy in the G7. So, if we take out point number 3 here, if we leave this out, how does the rest of that actually change the material situation of Canadians and make life better? And again, I'm taking out point number 3 because he doesn't actually explain, like, how are you going to bring costs down? How are you improving the material reality for the millions of Canadians that are struggling and suffering? Because ain't none of this doing that. This is all about helping corporations, helping the military. But where does it help the individuals, the people? Because even this more affordable housing thing, making housing more affordable by public-private corporations. It's just corporations are going to be making a lot of money, but are those houses actually going to be affordable for people? No, they won't. You've already had a minister say that you're not going to lower the cost of housing. Like, housing prices, you don't want them to lower. So how are they going to be more affordable? This is him telling everyone that he's putting the priorities of this country, that it's corporations, the economy, military, you know, working with other nations and stuff. But how does any of this help someone like me? Someone like the majority of people in my SandBox, the majority of people in my community. And so we're going to run into a problem where Mark Carney does dick all for the material reality of Canadians. And come the next election, no matter who is the leader of the Conservative Party, the Liberals will be demolished. Let's see. more of the statement, the mandate letter, working together. We must deliver for Canadians as a team committed to real cabinet governance. The attainment of these objectives will require collaboration, coordination within cabinet. I expect each cabinet committee, led by chair, blah, blah, blah. While fulfilling your core responsibilities as a member of the ministry, you should identify how specifically you can contribute to those missions and expect it, empower, and so on and so forth. So, speaking of cabinets, this is the cabinet, ministry cabinet. Got Mark Carney up there as Prime Minister. Let's see. We have Minister of Public Safety, Foreign Affairs, Environment and Climate Change. At least it gets mentioned. At least they have a minister still. People with disabilities get left out. We're just thrown into another one. There's one for Indigenous Services. Canadian Identity and Culture. Let's see. National Defense, Veteran Affairs. There is one for, let's see. Yeah. So we still have a Minister of Women and Gender Equality, but we don't, hey, I didn't want to actually click on that. But for like diversity, equity, inclusion, we don't have that anymore. And so then there's also talk of secretaries of state, just so people know, this is what a secretary of state does in Canada. Secretaries of state provide dedicated leadership on specific issues or priorities within the broader portfolio of a cabinet minister. While they are not members of the cabinet, they may participate in cabinet or cabinet committee meetings when matters relating to the responsibilities are raised, providing support, policy, expertise, and discussions. So we're going to go back here for a moment, and there's a lot of missing images there. But I was noticing something, like especially with the whole DEI being removed from this, people living with disabilities being removed and other, important things that we would hope is covered. But, we now have a Minister of AI. That's super important to have a Minister of AI. But I'm noticing something that made me want to look this up. Because, are there any Black people here? Any? Maybe some of those missing images would tell. No. I got curious, and so I went down a rabbit hole while doing my research here, and I found this from The Conversation. And this is actually just from February 23rd of this year. And it is Black on the Ballot. New research sheds light on the experiences of Black Canadians in politics. 20. That's it. The total number of Black Canadians ever elected to the House of Commons of Canada. 20. That's it. In our nation's entire history, only 20. There have been 372 Johns and 77 Jens. You can easily find data on women, parliamentarians, members of parliament with military experience, and even parliamentarians who have died in office. However, you'd be hard-pressed to find a complete list of Black Canadians in politics, never mind a comprehensive account of their experiences. Because of their relative absence from accounts of Canada's political history, Black Canadians' contributions to politics are often overlooked or ignored. This erasure prevents governments, political parties, and researchers from crafting strategies to address political inequality. When we lack relevant racial data on political candidacy and electoral outcomes, we can't track progress or identify barriers. And when Black Canadians aren't represented in politics, public policies are less likely to reflect their circumstances and less responsive to their needs. Groundbreaking new research from Carleton University and Operation Black Vote Canada aims to change that. Through an archival research and a survey and more than 30 in-depth interviews Our report, Black on the Ballot, documents the presence, background, and motivations and experiences of Black Canadians in politics. Here's what we found. Black Canadians in elected office. Our research helped to identify more than 380 Black Canadians who have run for office and served in elected office for over the past 2 decades. Our focus was on candidates and office holders, school boards, municipal, provincial, and federal levels politics. Undoubtedly, there are holes in this list, especially further back in history and the municipal and school board levels. Okay, from this pool, we tracked down and contacted 212 possible respondents and invited them to complete a first ever national survey of Black Canadian candidates and office holders. 95 did so. This is what they told us. Local level is an important political entry point for Black candidates. Most surveys respondents said they had run at municipal levels as councillors or mayors, while 32% ran as a school board trustee. Less costly campaigns and the absence of gatekeeping by political parties contribute to lower barriers to entry at the local level. 19% of respondents had run provincially and 21% federally. Most Black Canadians in politics are first or second generation Canadians. A majority of respondents, 62%, identified as Caribbean. Black candidates and office holders have high levels of education. 40% have earned a graduate or a professional degree, and over half have a college or university degree. Business is the most common profession for Black Canadian politicians, followed by government, political, and law. This pipeline into politics roughly mirrors that of other elected officials. We found that Black men and women were equally likely to run for office. This pattern diverges from research that finds women in general are less likely than men to come forward as candidates, at least at the federal level. More than 1/3 of survey respondents ran for provincial or federal parties. Of these, most ran for Liberals, 26% for the New Democrat, 12% for each Greens, Conservatives, and 3% for Bloc or Parti Québécois. Can't say I'm surprised about that one. Motivation for running. When asked about the factors that influenced their decision to run for office, 73% of Black candidates said they felt it was important for people like them to have strong voice in government. Just over half said they were interested in addressing a particular policy issue. Although Black men and women are equally likely to run for office, our research shows other differences in candidates emerge. Just over half of women respondents said they had not seriously considered running until someone else suggested it, compared to 28% of men, while 47% of Black men said running for office was entirely their own decision. Just 26% of Black women said the same. Let's see. Just seeing. Encouragement, apartment. So why were they talking about challenges? Improving Black Canadians' representation in politics. Our research identified a number of challenges to gaining elected office, including difficulties raising funds and recruiting volunteers. Half of survey respondents said others had discouraged them from running for office, while 71% said they faced discrimination while running for or serving in office. Also, keep in mind this past provincial election, a lot of Black members of Queen's Park, members of provincial parliament, ended up losing their seats. The NDP in particular. And even though the NDP is perceived as being the more progressive party, Laura May Lindo, who was a former NDP MPP, said her experience there was very tokenizing. And she has spoken out about it. And she was a fantastic MPP. So we heard that it is important to share stories of Black success in politics, to adopt multi-pronged recruitment strategies, to demystify the process of running for office, and to ensure elections are accessible to all voters. I'm going to put the rest of this into the SandBox for people to read, but just scooch back up top. So 20. The total number of Black Canadians ever elected to the House of Commons of Canada. There's been close to 4,500 elected officials to the House of Commons, and only 20 of them were Black. So that's the rest of the article for people to check out if you wish. And then we'll get back. So we kind of taken a quick peek at this cabinet. But you see, the official opposition, they also have a shadow cabinet. Ooh, sounds spooky. Shadow cabinet. Not shadow banned, but a shadow cabinet. So they all get a nice bump in their paycheck. And you know, they're all about the small government, these conservatives. You know, just like they're all about fiscal responsibility and keeping the budget, the deficit under control. So Mark here is pointing out 74 people in Pierre's shadow cabinet. That's a good chance. There's a good chance that you or someone you love has been added to the conservative shadow cabinet. Please check to see if you have been erroneously added. Remember, you don't need to have won a seat to be in opposition. So I think there's like 34 or something like that of the Liberal government official cabinet. 74 here. Our leadership team, and this is from Pierre Poilievre, who doesn't have a seat in the House, who didn't win his seat, who is still acting like he's the leader of a party, even though he's not really, because he can't hold a position on this cabinet. Our leadership team in Shadow Cabinet will work to make Canada a self-reliant country where hard work gets you affordable house on a safe street protected by strong borders and under a proud flag. Maybe a pride flag, you could say? No, he hates queer people. And so this is their letter about all of it. I'm not going to read all of it. You can freeze the screen here if you really want to see what it says. But here we have leadership team, leader in the House of Commons, the kind of interim leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, or they just go by Conservatives. So leader in the House of Commons, Andrew Scheer, who used to be former leader of the Conservative Party, who had to step down for reasons. Melissa Landsman, deputy leader. Remember what I was saying about how they hate queer people? Well, she's a lesbian that hates queer people. But here we have Shadow Minister for Housing, Shadow Minister for Transport. I'm not going to say Shadow Minister every time. Public Safety, International Trade, Democratic Reform, Red Tape Reduction, one for Revenue, of course, Entire Minister for Addictions, Employment, Civil Liberties, Mental Health and Wellness. That's one I actually wish the Liberals would have that they don't. It would have been nice. Like, the thing is that I'm not necessarily against all of these. Like, I want somewhere, let's meet in the middle. More than what the Liberals have, less than what the Conservatives have. Because some of these, like mental health and wellness, I think are important. But this could have also gone with addictions. Because, you know, addictions and mental health are kind of tied together. So that could have been done as one. But all of these people get a little extra boost in their paychecks. Because, of course, they need it. And they still have a minister for women. They're progressive like that, I suppose. We have one for seniors, one for fisheries. That's normal. Yeah, so here we have Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth. But again, nothing about people with disabilities. we tend to be forgotten on this sort of thing. But it's kind of shocking that they would have, mental health and wellness when the Liberals don't. Of course, nothing about DEI. Nothing about that. So I think we get a good idea where this government's priorities are going to be, and that's not in a lot of average people. People living with disabilities, the material reality for people. If it changes, it's probably going to get worse. It's not going to be getting better. So I'm going to quickly check the SandBox, and then we'll get on to my last docket of stories that are kind of tied into things that I've been talking about, but are somewhat one-off stories as well. Let's see. Let's see. PB, and yet he still needs to work out deals that help Canadians thrive. Guns and the like are not good trades. Looney Tunes 9000, what do you do with Trump? Give him the middle finger and tell him to fuck off? It'd be cathartic, but you can't actually do that because then you'd have a temper tantrum. Yes, we can have a golden dome over Canada and the USA in 3 years, Looney Tune 9000. Totally doable. The Wild West, are they going to replace the public service with AI? Where did I think I'm missing an article. Because I was going to be talking more about that. Did I miss one here? Yeah, they want to cut back on... I must be... Sometimes I remove things from the docket and then realize why I had it there in the first place, thinking, I should have actually kept that. Let me just double check that I'm not missing something here. Yeah, because Mark Carney was saying something along the lines of cutting back on public service workers and whatnot. And it's like trying to say, no, we don't mean people will lose jobs. That's exactly what's going to happen. And it's going to be replaced by AI. Like the amount of AI, there was something in here. God damn it. Where did it go? I might have accidentally closed that window. Where he wants to use AI to streamline, or was it in... I'm totally getting distracted. Was it in the mandate letter? It might have been in the mandate letter. It was in the mandate letter and I skipped over it. Okay. Let's just scooch back here for a second. So this is from the mandate letter that Mark Carney sent out. So the combination and scale of this infrastructure build and the transformative nature of artificial intelligence will create opportunities for millions of Canadians to find new rewarding careers, provided they have timely access to the educated and training they need to develop necessary skills. Nice how you put that. Provided they have that. They won't. They won't. That's the thing. They won't have that. Government itself must become much more productive by deploying AI at scale, by focusing on results over spending, and by using sacred tax dollars to catalyze multiples of private investment. God damn. Why did I skip over this part? This part was important. It's because it's getting late and I get talking a lot and yeah. But yeah, no. deploying AI at scale. Let's get more private investment. And then once we use this AI to be completely transformative of our economy and whatnot, well, then hopefully Canadians will have access to education and training to get a new job that doesn't exist. Because they keep on saying AI will take the crappy jobs and then people can upskill. To what? Like, where are all those extra jobs? Like, are you deducting from crappy jobs and suddenly a good job will appear in replacement? That's no. But also, he had said that Canada must build an enormous amount of new infrastructure at speeds not seen in generations. This includes infrastructure to diversify our trading relationships to become an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energies. We'll get back to that. To restore affordability to housing and to secure our borders and our communities. No, let's just use AI to streamline things and get rid of people's jobs. And then maybe if they can train, if they have the access to training, then they can get a better job, provided they can get that education and training. And who's going to give it to them? At what cost? With what time? Because, you know, in between that training and getting the new job, how are they going to support themselves? Right, that job that they had that's now been taken away because of AI. So what do they do in the meantime without any sort of like guaranteed livable income? Are you going to come up? BCAT saying 20 is disgraceful. Yeah, people keep on talking about racism in the United States, but you know what, Canada? We have it really bad here. Yep, let's get settled. Yes, there is no majority report tomorrow because it's your holiday. We had ours last Monday for Victoria Day. Yes, Soul Life. They said that they were off tomorrow. No majority report for us tomorrow. The Wild West. I would love to paranormal investigate Parliament. Well, it would be kind of fun. Let's see. Well, have a good night, PB. Looney Tunes, I see some replies with laughing emoji and hashtag saying never Polyev and never conservative under PB's post. Did you? I don't really tend to pay too much attention to the replies unless it's somebody posting like a news article related to it or like a connection to other things because there's just so much crap online. Oh, let's just see. Somebody that made like a so it looks like somebody that just made a oh, what's the word? Parody video about him. Yeah, people just saying you don't even have a job. I don't know if this is funny or not. I haven't watched it. Never Polyev, yeah. So it's just some sort of parody video. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't think I would get copyright and strike. You know what I'm trying to say. If we watch it, so put some thumbs up in the SandBox if you want to check out this TikTok video. It's not something I normally do here, but you know, we can give it a go. And then if I get a copyright strike, I'll blame all of you. We'll get back to the SandBox. The Wild West Diversity, Equity, Investments. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I only have one person with the thumbs up so far. So if I get a couple more people with thumbs up, we can watch the potential parody. But until then, I want to finish off the docket. It could be something fun to leave the show with because I have some, they're not great stories to cover first. So, as many of you know, one of the things that I talk a lot about on my channel is disabilities because I live with disabilities. I know lots of people who live with disabilities. And I find that it's not covered nearly enough in leftist spaces and mainstream media. So when a story about somebody living with disabilities gets to the mainstream media, it has to be pretty egregious. And this is a horrific story about how people with disabilities often can't get the services we need and are forgotten, ignored, and just put away in jail in solitary confinement. I have to be careful right now because Abernathy is looking at this cord like it's spaghetti. No, you're not allowed to chew this, sweetie. Okay, I'm seeing more thumbs up. We can get to the parody video after I finish up the docket here. Let's see.
We're calling this young woman Florence to protect her identity. She's 24 years old, but according to her lawyer, Kevin Moras, she has a severe intellectual disability. She's like a child trapped in an adult's body.
She cannot read, she cannot write. She has a hard time remembering her age sometimes. And she lives with a syndrome that causes this intellectual disability that is called Prader-Willi.
Now, Prader-Willi is a genetic syndrome. Florence never feels full. She is always hungry. Now, she was entrusted to the state, and Moras says the regional health board, the CIUS, placed her in a private group home and one that wasn't equipped to handle her needs. So she ran away multiple times in search of food, and the group home had no choice but to call 911 every time. Now, in March, she was arrested after breaking into a neighbor's home. She was found in the kitchen eating candy. Now, Florence had to appear in court. Her lawyer says while it was recommended she be detained at the Pinel Psychiatric Institute, there wasn't enough room for her. So she was sent to a women's detention center in Laval. And her lawyer says she was placed in solitary confinement for her own safety for 8 days. He says at no
Solitary confinement in a prison for her own safety. This sorry, Abernathy, go down. This condition that she suffers from, where she never feels full, like she's never eaten enough. It's not harmful to other people. It's not harmful. Like it can be harmful to her if it's not treated and managed properly because she might end up overeating and making herself sick. But we'll get more into it in the article. She wasn't a danger to anyone. but because there were no beds available in a proper psychiatric hospital, she gets put into a prison, and then with her condition, put into solitary confinement for 8 days? Like, solitary confinement, we already know is torture. But to have this type of mental disability on top of it, where you're constantly feeling hungry and you constantly need food, you need someone there that helps distract you from it, that helps you to cope with it and manage it. And without that, to sit there feeling like you're starving in a cell for 8 days with the mental level of a child.
Point did anyone from the CIUS accompany her or follow up, and he believes she was abandoned by the system.
She doesn't come in with a medical report. They don't get access to the police report. So she arrives, they just have a name, you know, and they don't know who she is at all.
In a joint statement, Social Services Minister Lionel Carmont and Public Security Minister François Bonnardel called the story shocking and said they'd be looking into it. They also said if a judge orders someone to be jailed, Correctional Services has to comply. Liberal MNA Elizabeth Prass says there simply aren't enough resources tailored to people like Florence.
Clearly. And why is that? Well, mental health is not covered under our universal health care, so it's usually under, provincial, we have to rely on the provincial governments to fund these programs properly. And they rarely do.
They need to rethink their priorities and invest in places where we know people who are in vulnerable situations won't fall through the cracks.
Disabilities advocate Stephen Laperriere says Florence should never have ended up in jail.
I cannot believe that someone along the way did not say that, and it's shameful. And personally, I expect that the persons responsible for that be removed from their responsibilities, because they're clearly not fit.
After 8 days in solitary confinement, her lawyer got a judge to release her, and she is now living in a facility better suited to her needs.
There needs to be somebody who's a liaison, in a liaison position that knows, the judicial system, and that knows intellectual disability and the social services, and to make sure that if somebody is charged with intellectual disability or either on the autism spectrum disorder, that they make sure to accompany this person through the whole process.
Because he says people like Florence are ending up in jail far too often. Angela McKenzie.
Far too often, so this is a thing that's happened before? Yes. So I just wanted to go more into the article. So Florence, which isn't her real name, is 24-year-old woman who has the mental capacity of a child and has a unique condition that led her to fleeing her home repeatedly to find food. She is not a danger in any way, he said. It is not a mild intellectual disability, said Moraes. As an example, she cannot read, she cannot write. She has a hard time remembering her age sometimes. She's like a child in an adult body, and she needs constant help on everyday basis for personal hygiene care and stuff like this. To have someone like her in the system, she can't advocate for herself. Like, that's the thing. People with mental disabilities are not in a position necessarily to be able to advocate for themselves. Like, after I've had some mental health crises, suddenly it was on me to go and look for services to help me when I was in no state to be doing that. So Moraes says that she also lives with the syndrome, which causes a condition to feel hungry all the time. So she's also someone who's very kind, said Moraes. She's not in danger at all. From her obsession with food, she doesn't have any malice. It was her quest for food that led her to breaking into neighbors' homes and looking for food. Let's see. There's a little bit more that I wanted to get to. Where is it? There it is. So, home not equipped for Florence's needs. Florence was living in a private group home overseen by Intellectual Disability Rehabilitation of the Montreal Centre South Health and Social Services Board. Staff are not allowed to prevent or stop anyone living at these homes from leaving the premises, according to Moraz. What happened to Florence is that she was placed in such a home because her mother, who did her best to take care of her for 22 years, couldn't take it anymore, he said. She said it was too much for her. Despite her non-dangerous personality, Moraz explained that the home she was placed in was not appropriate for Florence's need, but authorities could never find an appropriate place. He detailed multiple calls to police when she fled and eventual arrest for breaking and entering in after she entered a neighbor's home and began eating. This is tragic on so many levels because the mother feeling like she had no other option, because when you have a child with these types of intellectual disabilities, violent or not, like her obsession with food might cause her to push her mother away, to try to run away and stuff. And when they become adults, they can be physically harming, even if they're not intending to, because maybe they don't understand pain or understand that they're inflicting pain in certain ways if they hold people in certain positions and stuff. And so if the mother has no support, because they're talking about her mother who did her best to take care of her, that indicates there wasn't a father in the situation. But somebody like her needs to have the supports at home, needs to have in-care help, in-home help, care, like healthcare coming in to help her there. It should never get to the place where she feels so overwhelmed that she doesn't feel like she has a choice other than giving up her daughter. It shouldn't just be on one parent to become the caregiver. It takes a community, a village, they say, to raise a child. And when the child has special needs, it's more so. You know, it's up to the government to step in and make sure that this parent isn't overwhelmed. But the government isn't doing that. Like, where's the priority for this sort of thing in Mark Carney's mandate letter? To make sure that people with development disabilities like this have the proper care that they need so they can stay at home. Or go to a center that actually helps them, that is equipped to help them. Where is that in Mark Carney's mandate letter? People with disabilities often feel like we're invisible, ignored to begin with. But to be so discarded that they end up in solitary confinement for 8 days in a prison, it's unconscionable. It should never get to that point. And a little bit more about people with disabilities, and from Alberta, not shocking. So this is Aaron Singleton just quote tweeting something from the breakdown, saying, "You stuffed classrooms to the brim, you drove EAs to the picket lines, you asked teachers to do more with less for years. Don't even think about putting the blame on disabled children that have every right to the same education as every other child. Fund the system properly." And so the breakdown had clipped something from Danielle Smith saying that disabled kids should be segregated, and saying, well, it's in the video. So after she implied it was the fault of disabled kids that teachers are refused their contract. Let's listen to what Danielle Smith had to say.
Students that are able to learn in a regular environment are being put at a great disadvantage by having students with disabilities in their classes. The attention is taken off them for questions and more emphasis on those with trouble, whether physical or intellectual learning. These students should be in a separate class, as was done a few decades ago. And I'm just going to leave it at that point. If you could comment, Premier.
Yeah, so I'm going to frame this as children with disabilities, lower the standard of quality in classes. And so, instead of having more EAs to help with them, because really what they do is they detract from the normal kids. The normal kids can't get their proper education because any sort of education assistant in the class has to spend all of their time with the disabled kids. So all the regular kids can't get the attention that they need. So it's the disabled kids' fault that their education assistants went to the picket lines. That if they were just segregated, then you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Smith.
I'm telling you that we're hearing this a lot. And when we came very close to an agreement with the Alberta Teachers Association, and then it was rejected by about 60% of the vote. 40% voted in favor. And we've had to ask the questions why that is. And some of the feedback that we're getting is that teachers don't feel safe in classrooms, that some kids have such severe behavioral needs that it's actually they're violent to their classmates and violent to teachers. And we can't tolerate that. So what do we do about it? I don't have...
What do we do about that? Oh, she says.
Tolerate that. So what do we do about it? I don't have the answer to that yet.
I do. You fund the systems properly to make sure that if there's a child with special needs in a classroom, they have those special needs met in a way that doesn't detract from the needs of the other students in the class and keeps them safe. There, it's solved. That's all you need. It is so dangerous to segregate kids with disabilities. It's important that they receive the same socialization, that they can be around children that don't have those disabilities, that children who don't have those disabilities are around children with disabilities to teach empathy, to teach that there are other people with differences like that out there. It's important for community. It's important for friendships to build, to take away the stigma of disabilities, to make sure that they can all be in a classroom and all be treated as children. But it's important to have exposure for kids who don't have those disabilities so that when they hear about kids with disabilities, they don't get scared. They don't start having this imagined idea of what those children are like, because then they'd be like, well, I have someone like that in my classroom and they're just a kid. But segregating children with disabilities, like I got segregated a bit because of my dyslexia. And I had to go into a special ed class for part of my education in elementary school. And so for like reading and writing and stuff like that, me and a few other kids were taken out of the class and put into a small room where we would get separate teaching. And I didn't have the words for it back then, but it was humiliating. Being told that I wasn't as good as the rest of the students, that I needed to go away because I couldn't understand or read and write at the same level as the other kids. So I had to be taken out and put into this other group to be taught differently. It wasn't that I was stupid, I was dyslexic, but that was never communicated to me. And so I was just taken out because I wasn't good enough. I wasn't the same as everyone else. And then when those classes began and I had to leave and all the other students would look at me, it was humiliating knowing I was going into that other group because I was too stupid to be with the rest of the students. And the really confusing part of it to me back then was I knew I wasn't, but people kept on basically telling me I was. Because I couldn't communicate to them, I know how to spell doll. I just get the B's and the D's mixed up. But then the other students would laugh at me when I put a B instead of a D, saying, you don't even know how to spell that? And I didn't understand how to tell them, I know, my brain mixes it up. And so taking all these kids away from their classmates, putting them into separate situations, you're teaching these children with disabilities that they're not the same as everyone else, that they're not good enough to be with the other kids, that there's something wrong with them, that they can't have the same access to the teachers and the curriculum and all of that sort of stuff. There can be extra tutoring, no doubt about it, but you need to have the education assistants in the classroom to make sure that those children don't feel like they're broken, so that they don't feel like that they don't belong in society.
But I have asked my minister, Dimitrios Nicolaides, to start a consultation with the teaching profession to see, is there something that we can do? Is there some better way of being able to have specialized classes where needed? Look at where integration makes sense and perhaps maybe where it doesn't make sense. And I would hope that the teachers would give us some honest feedback about that, because if that's creating a situation where they feel unsafe or feel unmotivated or feel distressed going to work, we're going to end up losing a bunch of teachers. So do know we've heard the same issues. We've gone down the path of inclusion for a very long time. I think most students can be included, but maybe some can't. And if we're prepared to have that broad discussion in an open and honest way, then we might be able to get some good policy solutions. I know it's a hard one, but I'm hearing that the sentiment expressed by that texter by a lot of people, including a lot of teachers.
Yeah, we've done the whole inclusion thing, and it would actually cost us more to make sure that equity was applied. What a monster. You fund the systems properly. That's what you do. And there's also other issues like societal issues in general. If a parent has trouble with a child with special needs, behavioral issues and stuff, they should be getting the help outside of the classroom as well to make sure that their home life is stable, that they're getting the proper care at home, and so that the burden doesn't only just fall on the school system whenever the child is there. It needs to be comprehensive. It can't just be reliant on one or the other. The family needs to have the supports in place too, so that the child can have a healthy environment at home, because quite often they don't. And so then when they go into the school system, they may lash out, they may act up because they don't know, they haven't had the help needed to manage their disabilities, their behavioral issues. But the next story is also really heavy, because, you know, as people with disabilities get ignored or invisible, can be thrown away in prison and locked in solitary confinement for over a week. That's not the worst it gets. Number of kids who died under Ontario's care network reaches new high.
Joining us now from Queen's Park with more is reporter Isaac Callan. Isaac, these numbers are upsetting. What do we know about these children and how they died?
Yeah, it's really startling new data that's leading to more questions than I think it's answered. What we found with an internal government report that we obtained was that in Ontario, over about 3 years, 354 children died who were either in the care of the state or on its radar. That means that those children were possibly with open case files. In fact, the majority had open case files. They were not necessarily in the care of the state under a children's aid society, but instead perhaps living at home and on the radar of a social worker. And yet before they were ever taken into the care system, they died. We also found a lot of questions in the data itself. The fact that, for example, a third of the children who died, their cause of death was attributed to unknown. That means that the state wasn't able to investigate sufficiently how they died, still questions about how they might have died. And that's something that advocates say is And that's something that advocates say is indicative of a system in Ontario where some see at least a portion of these deaths as inevitable.
So where is that line again? You know, I was talking about the federal government in Gaza, how there's no line. If children can die in this province under provincial care and them not even know the reasons as to how or why, where's the line where people will actually start pushing back against this government? Where's that line where we can say, what the fuck? So these children died under provincial care and we don't even know how they died? And yet people are still okay voting for this government?
I think that's why we can have a kind of matter-of-fact attitude to the death of these children through the system because, you know, and I've heard it in meetings from people responsible for the system. Erwin, children are going to die. We can't save them all. So children are going to die. And it is kind of an attitude that just accepts every 3 days a child's going to die.
So Isaac, what does this new information then suggest about the state of care and what's being done about it?
Well, the Ford government itself is in the middle of a review of children's aid societies, something that the Premier has called an audit. But what that review is about and exactly what it's hoping to find and when are all pretty closely guarded questions. They're things we don't know the answer to. This is a file that historically the government has been quite tight-lipped about, cautious to talk about. For this data, for example, we reached out to the government. We asked for an interview with the minister to sit down and talk about the deaths of children in care or associated with care. And that's something that was declined, despite the fact we left an open timeline for that interview to take place. So you've really been left with data that advocates have called terrifying, advocates calling for answers, for more action, and for someone to really dig into these numbers in a way that goes beyond the surface, beyond the figures we have now, and starts to tell the story of the children who've died.
All right, that is our Isaac Callan reporting for us.
Let's see if there was any, I think there was a little bit more in the article I wanted to get to. Yeah, so here we have who's saying this? So, the death of any child or youth is heartbreaking and deeply tragic. Every child and youth deserves a chance to succeed, and our government is taking action to ensure child welfare system is focused on delivering high quality and culturally appropriate services that prioritize safety and early intervention to meet the needs of children, youth, and family, a spokesperson for the Ministry of Children and Community Social Services said in a statement. They said they were making changes to strengthen safeguards, oversights, and reporting requirements in the system. This is provincial, so I don't know if it would be the same as like federal care, but if it is, then over half of these children will be Indigenous. The ministry and the office of the chief coroner have a joint directive that must be followed by children's aid societies in the event of a death. The spokesperson explained, the process requires parties to review the circumstances surrounding the child's death, to take immediate action if required, and to identify opportunities for change where appropriate. Societies and residential licenses are required to inform the ombudsman if they learn of the death of a child or young person who has sought to receive Children's Aid Society service within 12 months before the death. The ministry also receives a serious occurrence report. And so here's a provincial snapshot of the annual report. Does this picture get bigger? No, I don't think so. So we have accidental, homicide, suicide, medical, undetermined, suspicious, unknown. And in 2023, unknown, that's this dark blue here. So they don't even know. So medical is the purple, which is a pretty high chunk in all of them. This blue is accidental. Homicide is the red. Orange is the undetermined and suspicious. The light blue is undetermined. So we have undetermined and unknown here. So this dark blue, unknown, this light blue, undetermined, this orange, undetermined and suspicious. It's almost half. So where are the people getting mad at the government for this?
About one more topic, Minister. We obtained data that shows that a child dies associated with care every 3 days in Ontario. Is that acceptable?
Let me tell you, it's like the death of a child or a youth is a profound tragedy, and we will do everything we can to make sure that they have the supports. And through the recent bill that we passed, the Supporting Children's Future bill, we put in measures to hold those accountable. We have tools in our toolbox to make sure that those who are looking and caring for children and youth are meeting the needs and expectations, and the placements that are being placed by societies. There are certain standards, and these aren't suggestions, it's the law. We have to do everything we can.
Imagine that, the provincial government not doing things that are lawful. Nope, can't imagine that from this government.
Collectively, certainly as those who, whether we're legislating policies, service providers, every one of us need to do everything we can to make sure children and youth succeed and thrive in their communities, and no one is left behind. And that's why, through the measures that we put in, whether it's the quality standard framework that we brought in last year and the Supporting Children's Future bill that we introduced and passed unanimously in the legislature, there is measures there to make sure that children and youth are supported. Every youth, every child in this province has to be able to succeed and thrive irrespective of their circumstances. We will not stop until we make sure that happens.
Well, maybe also find out what the cause of death was. Just saying. Horrible news. So here we have, it's a follow-up on the housing topic that I've been covering. We had the one minister saying that he doesn't believe the cost of housing should go down, but we need more affordable housing. So here we have Canadian government, and this is from CTV News. Canadian government has to allow home prices to fall to make housing more affordable, experts say. I think that would just be common sense, people say. Like, you don't need to be an expert to know that in order to make housing affordable, the prices need to come down. It's not about building more or anything. They literally need to come down. It's kind of like, how do we make rent more affordable right now? You lower the rent. It's not enough to have a rent freeze anymore. The rent needs to be lowered for anyone who is renting in any type of apartment. I would say offhand, easy, lower it by $600 across the board. That's what we need to do right now. And then rent would be affordable. So housing experts are pushing back against the federal cabinet minister's recent claim that home prices don't need to go down in order to restore housing affordability. Gregor Robertson, the former mayor of Vancouver, who was elected to the House of Commons in April, sparked the debate after he was sworn in as housing minister earlier this week when a reporter asked him whether he thinks home prices need to fall. No, I don't think we need to deliver more supply to make... No, I think that what we need to deliver more supply, make sure the market is stable. It's a huge part of our economy, he said. Robertson added that Canada lacks affordable housing and champions Ottawa's effort to build out the supply of homes priced below market rates. Mike Moffat, founding director of Missing Middle Institute, has a different answer when asked whether housing can be made more affordable for the average Canadian without a drop in market values. The short answer is no. It's simply not possible to restore broad-based affordability to the middle class without prices going down, he said. Moffat crunched the numbers last month on how long it would take for housing to return to 2005 levels of affordability if the average home price holds steady while wages grow at normal pace of 3% annually. Across Canada, he said it would take 18 years to return to more affordable home prices to price-to-income ratios, while the Ontario and British Columbia, it would take roughly 25 years. So that's like generations of people not being able to buy homes. In BC and Ontario, Moffat said wages and home prices have become so detached from one another that it's not realistic to rely on wage growth to catch up to housing costs. While Moffat said he welcomes policies that encourage more housing for vulnerable Canadians and those experiencing homelessness, efforts to build more below-market housing units won't address the middle-class housing crisis. Days after Robertson weighed in, Prime Minister Mark Carney was asked the same question. Rather than offering yes or no answer, he asserted instead that he wants home prices to be more affordable for Canadians. He cited Liberal election campaign pledges to drop GST on new homes and offer incentive to municipalities to cut development charges in half. Yeah, so new homes only. All those other homes, you're still going to get that. The Liberals are looking to lower the cost of home building with the aim of doubling the pace of housing starts in Canada and blah, 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 on and on and on. Well, here's the thing. We could get so much more housing in the market right now if we did something about this. So, if Canadians want to solve the housing crisis, if Canadians want to solve the housing in Canada crisis, they should follow suit. I'm talking about this article that we're about to touch on. But here we have, Made in Canada tweeted this out. This map is showing the over 8,000 Airbnb listings in Toronto. See, this is where I get very commie. And I say, so what the government needs to do is go in and seize these properties and make them into socialized housing. That's it. They need to go in, seize these properties because there is a housing crisis, and make those into socialized, affordable units. Like, it's not just a matter of building new places. We have to take ownership of places that exist. Empty homes, homes that have been made into Airbnbs. All of these need to be taken away and made into socialized housing because we can't wait 18 to 25 years for a lot of people. You know, the rental market isn't getting cheaper. And for a lot of people, they can't wait for these magical numbers to come down on their own. We need far, far more aggressive tactics when it comes to the housing crisis. And so the article that the other people were referring to is Spain blocked more than 65,000 Airbnb holiday rental listings. And we absolutely do need to follow suit. Airbnb needs to go, completely gone. Seize all of it across the country and make it into socialized housing. So Spain has ordered Airbnb to withdraw more than 65,000 listings for holiday rentals, which it says violates existing rules from its platform as part of a general crackdown on a business blamed for contributing to the housing crisis in the country. Most of the Airbnb's listings to be blocked do not include their license number, while others do not specify whether owner was individual or a corporation, the Consumer Rights Ministry said in a statement on Monday. Consumer Rights Minister Pablo Baste said his goal was to end the general lack of control and illegality in the holiday rental business. No more excuses, enough with protecting those who make business out of the right of housing in our country, he told reporters. He said Madrid's High Court is backing the request to withdraw as many as 5,800 listings. Airbnb will appeal the decision, a spokesperson said on Monday. The company believes the ministry does not have the authority to make rulings over short-term rentals and failed to provide the evidence-based list of non-compliant accommodations. Some of the incriminating listings are non-touristic seasonal ones, the spokesperson says. The Spanish government, as well as the city councilors and regional authorities, have launched a general crackdown on tourism rentals sites via Airbnb and bookings, which many Spaniards said are creating excess tourism, reducing the housing supply, and making renting unaffordable in many locales. Housing has become a major issue in Spain as construction has failed to keep pace with the demand since real estate bubble burst more than 15 years ago. According to official data, there were about 321,000 homes with holiday rental licenses in Spain as of November of last year, 15% more than in 2020. Many more operate without official licenses. The Consumer Rights Ministry opened a probe into Airbnb in December, and in January, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez unveiled a plan to raise taxes on income from holiday rentals through platforms. Barcelona Mayor took Spain's toughest move so far last June when he ordered a total ban on tourism rentals by 2028. Other European countries such as Croatia and Italy have acted to slow down holiday rental business. Just get rid of Airbnbs completely. Take them away. Take them away. Like, where is this coming from Mark Carney, maybe? You know, where is this in his mandate letter to really make housing affordable, to take the bold, aggressive moves needed in order to make housing affordable for people now, not in some distant hypothetical future? But it's not the only thing, and also not mentioned by Mark Carney is food insecurity in Canada is jumping, and it's even higher among children. This wasn't anywhere in his mandate letter. Again, where are the material needs being improved for Canadians? And this is from CP24. As the school year wanes and summer closes, and volunteers in the Single Parents Association Newfoundland and Labrador prepare for a surprisingly busy time of year. This is part of the reason why I think schools should actually be going over the summer, is because some parents can't afford. Like, if there's a school lunch program, then that helps some parents with feeding their children. But also a lot of parents can't afford to send their children away to camps, summer camps, daycares, and all that sort of stuff. So what are they supposed to do with their kids over the summer if they can't take work off? And so because of that, they'll go jump in the food bank. Let's see. The latest data compiled by Statistics Canada show yet another increase in proportion of Canadians living in food insecure households. Data collected in 2021 shows 5.8 million Canadians qualified. Data collected in 2024 brought the statistic up to almost 10 million. The measure can range from marginal food insecurity, worrying about running out of food or limiting selections because of money, all the way to severe food insecurity where individuals skip meals to make ends meet. According to the Proof Research Program at University of Toronto, the estimates are the highest in 20 years of monitoring. Among Canadian children, the percentages are even higher. The data shows almost 2.5 million children live in food insecure households, which is about 1/3 of all children in the country. That estimate in Newfoundland and Labrador is even higher, with 40%, tied with New Brunswick for the highest of the 10 provinces. Almost half of children living in food insecure homes. Where was this in Mark Carney's mandate to look after this? It's not just single parent families that don't have a solidified income, she said. In a lot of cases, it's professional working single parents. The diverse nature of hungry population, she said, it makes it even harder for policymakers to target spending programs. At one point in time, I would say a clientele would have appreciated an increase in government support. At this time, our clientele is so diverse. Yes, we have clientele that are on income support. We have some that are on employment insurance, but we also have some that are full-time employed. To tackle childhood hunger, Newfoundland and Labrador is investing in a broader province-wide school lunch program, aiming to expand the existing offering, which serves 43 schools, to more regions in the coming years. Remember, Conservatives voted against that. Yeah. And meanwhile, while people are skipping meals, while food insecurity is skyrocketing, Canada's grocery tycoon Weston family far richer than even King Charles III. Controversies and boycotts don't seem to have hurt the Canadian Weston family's fortune as they soared even higher on the most UK richest list, surpassing even His Majesty King Charles III. Yeah. Let's see. I don't think I need to go into detail in this. The article reflects what the headline says. And yeah, so one of the richest families in Canada, the Westons, they own Loblaws and Shoppers and other grocery chains. So in Canada, the Westons are best known for Loblaw Companies, which owns Shoppers Drug Mart, and supermarket chains Loblaws, No Frills, and Real Canadian Superstore. So while grocery prices have been skyrocketing, so has his profit, and he's become even richer than the king himself. While people suffer. Where was this in the mandate letter? I wonder. Also, I didn't see much of this being talked about in the mandate letter. In fact, it wasn't. This is from CTV News. The world's ice sheets just got a dire prognosis, and coastlines are going to pay the price. The world's ice sheets are on course for runaway melting, leading to multiple feet of sea level rise and catastrophic migration away from coastlines, even if the world pulls off a miraculous and keeps global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius, according to new research. A group of international scientists set out to establish what a safe limit of warming would be for the survival of Greenland and Antarctica ice sheets. They pored over studies that took data from satellites, climate models, and evidence from the past, from things like ice cores, deep sea sediment, and even octopus DNA. What they found painted a dire picture. The world has pledged to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels to stave off the worst catastrophe impacts of climate change. However, not only is this limit speeding out of reach, the world currently on track up for to 2.9 degrees of warming by 2100. I won't be around then, but I'm still concerned about it. But the most alarming finding of the study published Tuesday in the Journal of Communications, Earth and Environment is that 1.5 might not be good enough to save the ice sheets. I'm going to put the rest of this into the SandBox because my voice is fried. But a lot of things were never taken into account when global warming first started and the ice sheets melting. Things like the sea level is higher than they were anticipating. Why aren't you letting me put this in? Saying that's 45 characters too long. Why do they do this? Can I just share the article? Let's see, it was published by CNN. I go there. No, that's just, oh, no. Sorry, I can't put that in. Because it was too long for the thing. We should be able to put a link in, no matter how long that link is. It shouldn't be character restricted. Because I can't find a... So you're just going to have to, unfortunately, if you want to read more on this, just type this into the search bar from CTV News to read the rest of the article. But yeah, there was a lot not taken into consideration when they were first trying to calculate sea level rise. Things such as warmer water expands, which makes it worse. And with the water rise, the temperature rising means that not only is more water going in because of the ice sheets, but the water that's already there is also expanding, which is making the sea rise level even worse. And also with all the fresh water going into salt water, it's problematic for the ecosystems, not to mention the currents that have kept the climate stable on this planet for centuries, millenniums. You start messing with that, you start getting climate that's out of whack, and you get snow where you didn't used to have snow, droughts where you didn't used to have droughts, temperature changes that are going wild, storms that are out of control because of the chaos in the system. And it's happening so fast, it's not building a new equilibrium as it goes along. And so the storms are going to be more severe, the floods are going to be worse. The regions that maybe have never been hit by these disasters before will be hit, because you start messing with the currents of the ocean. There's going to be problems. There's going to be really big problems. Going to check the SandBox. And then there was some thumbs up for people wanting to see the parody thing. Well, why don't we watch that first as a way to kind of... Hopefully it's funny. and it can lighten the mood a bit. The person who tweeted it out is a liberal, but normally has done pretty good things tweeting out. I do follow her. So let's see if this is any good. And hopefully it doesn't give me a copyright strike.
Thank you, everyone, for being here today outside the Parliament buildings. I need a seat. I don't care whose it is. Some old lady on the bus, that's fine.
And this is TikTok, the comic strippers.
Tell her to get up and leave. I'll sit down. It'll be nice and warm. I need a change to someone's seat. Andrew, sneak me in the back. Okay, I'll meet you. Now, okay. I can help with the real decisions that matter to Canadians, like when my focus group told me to ditch the glasses. Forget this. I brought my own seat. You want to do something right, you got to do it yourself. There we go. Mr. Speaker, oh, it's not the same. My message to Mr. Carney is steal my ideas. Steal my job, my hopes and dreams. Why not take my wife too? I have a conservative caucus. It's a reasonable sized caucus. It's a small but effective caucus. It deserves
That just sounds really dirty. But he's doing a good job on the voice.
to be a member of Parliament. I just came for the rest of my stuff. Now see, Canadians, we still need to bring it home. I know that I'll be home most of the time. So we can bring it to my home. Affordable housing, like the official residence of the opposition, afforded to me by Canadians. Just asking everyday Canadians if they voted for me. Did you vote for, No, you didn't? Okay. Le Canadiens ont parlé, very loudly, I might add. Fermez la bouche, on the grass. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Pop-Tart. Have you seen Carney's cabinet? It's just like Justin's old cabinet. Woke liberals getting together. I mean, he's creating a crisis, but he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I'll give him that.
Ah, no music like that. Okay. That would definitely get me copyright strike.
No. Okay. No. Fair enough. I'm going to win back a seat in the by-election, but don't you worry. I'm not bi. I'm Polyev. 10 lost years. Now we've got another 4th term. We need to put Canada first. We're 16th in lithium, 7th in wood. We're number 1 in Kit Kat. I think I could make a nice backbench out of you. Conservative powers activate. Oh, come on. This used to be my spot.
That was fun. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm going to need to relax after this. Are you going to come here, Frodo? Can you show everyone your beautiful, handsome face? Come here. He looks at me like, you're joking, right? And just saunters off. Like, nope, I'm not going to show you that he's okay. Frodo was just there. He used to sometimes come up here, but I think he got wise to the fact that if he came up here while I was doing a live stream, I'd be picking him up and putting him on the camera. Frodo, but people want to see his cute face, and he is a very cute kitty. Let's see. Oh, I saw that. People talking about, do you get free food if you work at Wendy's? I don't know. I worked at like a Swiss LA temporarily for a very short time, and you could get food there, but it was just deducted from your paycheck. But the food was readily available. I'm trying to think if I've heard of any stores that sell food where you get it for free there. You might get it at a discount, but I can't think of any off the top of my head where I've heard that's a thing. Like, not even at a Tim Hortons. You would think if you work at Tim Hortons, you should be able to get like free coffee, but then you'd have to go to the washroom like all the time. Okay, there were all the thumbs up for the video. So you got to see the video. And people very upset over the story about the woman with intellectual disabilities being locked up in prison for over a week. Looney Tunes 9000 pointing out that to help build my studio, you can go to my Amazon wishlist. I've recently added some stuff because earlier this week, a friend and I went to a museum of fashion. History of fashion was being closed down, and so they were selling off a lot of their not display items, but like display things to help with displays, frames and things of that sort. And we thought, oh, we could go there and I could get frames for my artwork. And of course, right when I was walking in, somebody was walking out. They had literally just bought all of the frames. And it's like, God damn it, because I have some pictures, like my picture of Tulip, the picture of the camels that I drew that I would really like to get framed so that they're safer. But it needs to be like a decent quality frame. It can't just be like a cheap frame from Walmart or something, because then that could end up damaging it. But I desperately want to get them framed properly. It costs a lot of money. And so I was hoping to get those frames. I didn't get them. But what I did find, and I got 10 of them, were these acrylic boxes that were about, you know, the size of a Kleenex box. Well, no, a bit bigger than a Kleenex box. And so clear with a sliding lid. And my friend mentioned that this might be a good thing for my knickknacks, and I nearly kissed him. Which, you know, he doesn't swing that way. And because I have all these knickknacks and stuff, little collectible things that I've gotten that I've had to put into boxes that are off my shelves because my cats would knock them down. They have to destroy some things. I have a porcelain, like little glass porcelain unicorn collection, and he suggested that I take these boxes to display these in, and it worked magically well. Like, all of my unicorns are now protected in these boxes, and they're easier to display. They won't get as dusty. I need 40 more of these boxes. And I went on to Amazon and I've added some acrylic boxes to my wish list, but they're not quite the same. Like, they're manageable, they're doable if I got them, for sure, because I have a ton of knickknacks that I still have hidden in boxes that I can't see into, that I would love to get back up onto shelves. But I need to see if I can find the exact same type of acrylic boxes because they were a great size, simple. Like, they're not fancy, But looking at acrylic boxes on Amazon, they're pretty damn expensive. And so there's these acrylic boxes I found that are for like shoes and purses and stuff that would be a decent size for what I want. And some of them come in larger packs as opposed to just you're paying, you know, $38 for one. It's you get more than that. So super, super helpful on like all these knickknacks that I have on like on other shelves and stuff so that they can be protected from my cats. And then there's just other stuff on there that would help with my art and YouTube studio. So the Wild West says maybe nobody should be treated like that, even if they are a criminal. And BCat, I hate this capitalistic hellscape. So life prison also dehumanizes you. I was locked up over an empty baggie that fell out of the cash someone gave me gas money at court for a traffic ticket. I spent my week in a turtle suit, naked with squat and cough, searched every morning and night on 23-hour lockdown. Wow. That sounds horrible. It's not Frodo. It's not Abernathy. It's linear. Hey, sweetie. Here's my care provider. Let's see. So life, I'm pretty sure you owe money for prison too. I know if you have cash on you when you get locked up, they keep the certain amount and the rest on your books for commissary. I don't know how it works in Canada. Looney Tunes 9000, and it's so sad that kids with special needs are still segregated and mistreated unfairly. The Wild West, why are we acting like normal kids aren't capable of violence? Yeah. I think somebody else was mentioning it with the neurotypicals. It's, yeah, when I'm around neurotypicals is usually when I feel the most unsafe. The Wild West, I feel distressed working with neurotypicals sometimes. Can they go to a different building joke? Yeah. As I say, my life would be so much easier. I'd have no issues at all if I just didn't have to deal with people. So, like, if this is happening in Canada, then how bad is the US? Talking about the children's deaths, I think. Yeah. So, life, or does Canada just have a uniquely large child unalive rates, thousands of bodies in the ground outside of schools type stuff examples? For example, they don't really keep track of these statistics on both sides of the borders for a reason. I have no idea if it would be higher or lower here. I just know that the vast majority are indigenous. Let's see. BCAT rehabilitative programs should be well funded and necessary steps to inmates' release. They should be the point. Yeah, people should not come out of prison more broken than when they went in. Hello, the map drawer. Welcome to the SandBox. Not sure I've seen you before. The Wild West, we need to solve the housing and cost of living crisis if we want to keep democracy. The more unhappy and hopeless people become, the easier they are to radicalize. It is true. The thing is that we haven't reached that breaking point yet. Not enough of the average people, like their quality of life might be on the decline, but they're not suffering enough to reach that breaking point where we're all hitting the streets and general strike and stuff of that sort, because they still want to hold on to what little they have, or they think, oh, maybe it's not that bad, or they're afraid of losing what they have, where unfortunately we have to get to a point where more people just have nothing left to lose. And that's when we hit the streets. But by that time, it's already too late for a lot of people. Oops. I jumped. Where'd I go? Let's see. So Life last night I saw a special that explained the ice age cause and the warming cause. It's Earth rotation issue, but they don't know how the effects increased carbon will cause. They just know it. It'll exacerbate the issue. I feel like I'm missing part of a conversation that people are referring to. People talking about the dirty jokes. So Life is discounted unless you have a cool managers. I had a manager that asked us to limit our free food burgers because there was an acceptable waste limit. Most people don't remember when Wendy's briefly tried offering real sandwiches. One time I cooked a roast beef and provolone into a cheesesteak and the manager wrote it off. But you made my buddy throw his away if he couldn't pay for it. It would be nice if there was some acceptable things that the staff could get, because I worked in a candle shop, a candle gift shop at one point, and sometimes the candles would get knocked off and the glass would crack, and they would just throw it out, and I'm like, I'll have it. I'll smash it on the ground and remove the rest of the glass, but then I have a perfectly usable candle. And I do like scented candles from time to time. I haven't been able to have any for a while because worried about these guys getting into the... Of course I watch them, but still. The Wild West. Oh yeah, I got free bagels when I worked at the Great Canadian Bagel. No longer exists. Oh. The Great Canadian Bagel used to have chocolate chip bagels that I absolutely loved. Like I would just go and nuke them for 30 seconds or something, and I didn't need to put butter on them or anything, and you would just get like these gooey chocolate chips in the bagel, and it was so yummy. So yummy. Huh? BCAT, you spelled it right. Lennier for linear. Hello, Mozart. You're in time just for me to call it a night. I've been at this for 4.5 hours. And I always keep on thinking, oh, it's not going to be that long. But then I get into my little rants and stuff, and I start talking about things I wasn't necessarily planning on talking about. You know how it goes. And I have a lot of extra side projects on the go. Just shutting down some of these tabs now. But I think I have to not try to do those recap videos of the federal election I was planning on doing, and just kind of reset where I am with my channel. Still plan on doing the TYT video. I have to make that a little bit more of a focus and to get that done and out of the way. But I'm thinking about making like smaller videos that I post every now and then on one subject or another will help so that my live streams aren't 4.5 hours long, because it does kind of burn me out to have live streams this long. And also have like more frequent live streams, clipping of the live streams and stuff that will all help my channel grow, which is important. There you go. Oh. But yeah, I'm about toast for the evening. Speaking of toasted bagels. So like one time I got free Zippo lighters from Hot Topics at the mall. They were instructed to throw them out due to lawsuit from Zippo since they weren't Zippo brand. Then it wasn't a Zippo that you got for free. It was a lighter that looked like a Zippo. The company I used to work for, retail company at the head office, we sold Zippo lighters, and yeah, it's one of the few made in USA things, and a lot of the port cities would sell out of them like crazy, so we'd always have to make sure that they were stocked up, because ships from like China would come in and they would go in and buy up all the Zippos because those were one of the few things that weren't made in China. And then there were collectors, like there's actual collectors of Zippos. I actually designed one, I think. Did I design it? Or I just helped pick the design? Something like that. But we did a lot of business with them. I designed dog tags, like little dog tags for puppies and stuff that we sold. Oh. I'm just trying to think, was there anything else to cover? Yeah, so help with Frodo's vet bills be greatly appreciated, because I had to take him back to the vet. He's okay right now. With him, it's just a day-by-day process. You know, every day I have with him is a good day. And the way he snuggles with me at night. Although in the mornings, he's getting really persistent. Like I'll wake up to him just pawing my face, trying to wake me up so he can get treats. And then one time I just kind of yawned and his paw went like right into my mouth. And it's like, ew, I know where that paw's been. Oh, really gross. The map drawer and showcase more of your artwork? What's that in reference to? I want to showcase more of my artwork. Like this. But I need to get proper frames for some of my artwork just to keep it safe and stuff. But some of my pictures are not the right size for it. And yeah, I'd like to be selling more artwork and whatnot. We'll see where the summer goes. There's some potential vendor markets. But yeah. If you don't know about my book because you don't regularly watch my live streams, you need to buy my book. It's loaded with social and political commentary. Vampires, a world that I want to live in so badly. And I'm looking so forward to writing all the other books related to it. All the sequels and the prequels. And whenever I go on my walks, I live in that world and I want to be in that world so much. I'm like lost in it. If it was like a holodeck program, I'd have holoddiction because I would just be in it all the time. Just this world that I've built up in my head about these vampires and who they are and their lore and everything about them. I love this world so much. And I can't wait to write more books about it. If I sell 3 more books, I would have sold 60 books. So I'm not including the books that I sold before the change in the Necroplasm. So when I changed the cover and the author to reflect me, I had to re-upload it completely to Amazon. And I can't remember how many of the old cover, older version of Necroplasm I sold before that. It wasn't many. And so since the changeover, I can tell you how many. I've sold 27 of Necroplasm and 30 of my other book. And I do remember people were asking me last time how much I make. And I found it because it does tell me how much. And I found it like literally right after I shut it down and stopped looking for it. So let's go. Ebook. So for an ebook, is that combined? Paperback. I have to be careful because sometimes it's in Canadian and US dollars. Oh, no, that's paperback royalties. So it looks like for a paperback, I get $5.56. And for an ebook, why is there two? Oh, I get about $6. Oh, right. The price changes. My royalty changes because it all depends on the I'm going to put this over here so I can see the screen. The royalty changes because the Canadian price isn't fixed. The price is fixed at an American price. And so then the Canadian price will fluctuate depending on what the dollar is at. So I have two standard ebooks. One, my royalty payment was $6.01. Another one was $5.92 because of the fluctuation in the prices, which is stupid. I wanted to fix it the other way so that the Canadian dollar was fixed, but it doesn't work like that. But yeah, so that's the... Oh, right, I don't have hard copies. So yeah, it looks like... So it's about $6 each, which is what I was trying to do with the different prices. So royalty rate, it says I get 60% for the paperback and 70% for the ebook, which is actually really good for most of the things, because it's the cost with the paperbacks. It's like the cost of the printing and everything has to be taken out first, and then they get their chunk, and then I get the royalty. It says royalty type is 60%. So I don't know if it means that I get 60% or Amazon gets 60%. Maybe somebody who's good at math can figure it out. So we'll go with the American number. So American dollars, I'm selling Necroplasm at $15. The manufacturing is $4.23. My royalty is $4.77. So how much is that? Is that 40 or 60%? So basically from $11, I get $4.77, roughly. I think I get 40%. I think that's the way the math goes. Close that. And it is important that I do sell from Amazon to some extent, because then those numbers go towards, you know, the sales. And if I want to be like a bestseller or something, it has to reflect on there. Whereas, you know, if I order author copies, I'm paying for the cost of the printing and shipping, but I get more money per book that way, but it doesn't go towards the sales. The Wild West, it is on American Amazon. That's where the prices are fixed. And I've had Americans buy it. Hello, Bozed. So yeah, you can, if you have the link for the Canadian Amazon, when you click on it, it should just like change to American. Or you should have the option in the upper left, I think it is, to switch to your country. Or just type it in Amazon. Like if you just go to Amazon in your country and you type in Necroplasm, it should show up, my book should show up. Or you type in my name. Looney Tunes 9000, 90 hours later. I will never do a 90-hour long live stream. Are you kidding me? Bo said, I just got an agent last night for my art. Oh, congratulations. But yeah, if I sell 3 more books, then I would have sold 60 books. It's a slow start. And I would love for more people to buy the books so I can talk to people about them. And so I can live in the world of necroplasm. I love this world so much. I just want to be there all the time. Anyway, I'm exhausted. I need to get something to eat and rest. And yeah, it's going to be a long bunch of weeks for me, as it usually is. And if you have bought my book, let me know what you think about it. I would love the feedback. As a true artist, I crave feedback. Anyway, all of this stuff, you can become a member, support the community. I have a video pinned to the top of my YouTube page if you want to learn more about what being a member of the SandBox means. Becoming a patron helps. If you want to help out with Frodo's vet bill, especially because I had to take him back to the vet recently, you can do so with the links in the description box below, e-transfer if you're Canadian, or the PayPal link, and all that money goes towards Frodo's vet bills. Yeah. And hopefully someday I'll have a customer for my art that is not my mom. And follow me on the social medias. You know the drill. You know the drill. I don't know when my next live stream is, but I'm thinking Sundays is usually pretty manageable, but I do want to try to get more in there and making videos. Okay, so that probably won't happen until the TYT video is done, just saying it. Yes, don't forget to like the videos, like the streams, share it, make comments under my videos. That helps it in the algorithms. All of that fun stuff that is free to do. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.